never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Like it's about that time. And here we go. Get this show on the road. Close out a Monday. Well, time zone to time zone, we'll put a Monday in the rearview mirror. Work our way into the 10th day of August. Summer flying by. All right, hope your week's off to a good start. Hey, not a bad night for trailer trucking. Overwhelming majority of the country looking at a good night. Weather-wise, not a whole lot of delays as far as Mother Nature's concerned. Yeah, there are a couple of areas where we're seeing some thunderstorm activity tonight. Actually getting some severe thunderstorms up into the northwesternmost portions of Minnesota, a line that's pushing out of northeastern North Dakota on up into northwestern Minnesota. We had seen several tornado warnings with some of those storms through the evening hours. And there's another little cluster of stronger thunderstorms that had pushed through the Chicago region, prompting some severe thunderstorm warnings over the last several hours, now pushing across the southern portions of the lake and headed into southwestern portions of lower Michigan. Looks like the zone from, say, Kalamazoo to Holland, Michigan, going to be in the mix for some of those stronger storms through the overnight hours. Then on up into northern Michigan, about the northern third of lower Michigan. A lot of rain in that area, showers, thunderstorms. Not really seeing anything as far as no severe weather in that region. But according to our friends at AccuWeather, yeah, the hits just keep on coming there. In the north central portions of the country, this stormy pattern that's going to persist in that region, where we're going to be looking at daily rounds of strong thunderstorms, damaging wind gust, flooding, hail. We've been dealing with this every day since about last Thursday. And as I say, the hits just keep on coming. Saturday afternoon into Sunday morning. We touched last evening on severe thunderstorms that unleashed damaging winds across about a 500-mile-long swath from the Texas Panhandle all the way to eastern Nebraska. That's the system that dropped torrential rain in Omaha, Nebraska. Widespread, dangerous, destructive flash flooding there. Forecasters tell us the risk for severe thunderstorms will be persisting across the north central states through the day today anyway, through Tuesday. Overnight tonight, the severe weather that continued to move through the north central states. We've seen hail, strong winds. We even had an outbreak of tornadoes. The hail was mostly confined to central North Dakota. Hail up to 3 inches in diameter in Wells County there. According to the National Weather Service's Storm Prediction Center, nickel-sized to quarter-size hail in Dawson County, Nebraska, as the storms picked their way through that state. Southeastern portion of Nebraska, while having been hit the hardest over the weekend, spared by the storms this past afternoon. Second area of concern overnight is that northeast Illinois, which again, it's pushed through that region, now moving into southern portions of lower Michigan. By the Monday evening, the Storm Prediction Center had listed 16 preliminary tornado reports in southern Wisconsin and northern Illinois. It's been kind of a rough night as the severe weather pushed through. Chicago's O'Hare International Airport saw 275 flights canceled. Midway Airport had about 25 cancellations. Power flickered in and out for some areas of eastern Michigan this past evening as well. Looks like the threat for severe weather is going to consolidate once again into one larger area of concern as we make our way into the day Tuesday here. Storms that develop later today into Tuesday night will be stronger overall. Resulting thunderstorms that develop in the afternoon, they're telling us, are going to be rather intense. Later today, storms are set to first develop across central Iowa and southeastern Minnesota. As the afternoon progresses, the coverage will expand eastward, impacting portions of northern Illinois once again, Wisconsin, and parts of southern Ontario, Canada. Storms will continue to push eastward overnight, and that's going to bring the risk for some severe weather to parts of Indiana, Michigan, maybe northern Ohio once again. We're talking a region of a high population, nearly 40 million people, in an area covered with at least the slight risk for severe thunderstorms today. That includes the cities of Chicago, Detroit, Indianapolis, Milwaukee, on up into Cleveland. Damaging winds are going to be the biggest concern today. Flash flooding and even an isolated tornado not out of the realm of possibility. Strongest winds across much of the Great Lakes today could reach 55 to 65 miles per hour. You could see some gusts approaching 80 miles per hour. As we look toward midweek, conditions look like they're going to settle down a bit across the central U.S., kind of a break from the severe weather chances for the first time in nearly an entire week. Later in the week, forecasters tell us a cold front's going to dig across the country that's bringing in some cooler, more comfortable conditions from the Midwest on over into the northeastern portions of the country. Meanwhile, the hot, steamy air is in place, surging back into the northeast, and it's going to stick around as it's going to feel like temperatures near 100 degrees for many of our I-95 corridor cities. A lengthy heat wave. It's going to continue through much of this week. Get out of the heat, get into the AC, get some relief, head to the beach. Well, of course, if you're working, you can't head to the beach. Many locations in the Northeast, temperatures are going to hit 90 degrees or higher 3 consecutive days this week. That's the official definition of a heat wave. So the fans and the AC is going to be fired up after many residents across the Northeast actually had a chance to give the AC a break as we rolled into the month of August. Here we see the dog days of summer are indeed back. Since there's going to be a general uptick in humidity as well, thanks to the light flow of air from the Gulf of Mexico and occasionally from the Atlantic, it'll actually feel about 10 degrees warmer than the actual air temperature. So it's going to feel like 100 to 105 degrees in our nation's capital, for instance. Today through Friday, a long week of hot temperatures. A little further north along the I-95 corridor, Philadelphia, you'll see similar temperatures throughout the week. Temperatures peaking near the century mark. New York City, you may not officially have heat wave criteria, but it's still going to be rather steamy with heat indexes in the upper 90s at times. Boston, you'll see the peak of the heat in the latter portions of this week. Temperatures are going to climb into the upper 80s and lower 90s there. Pittsburgh, indeed, you did hit 90 degrees for the first time since June 29th. You made it through the entire month of July, not hitting 90 degrees, but you hit 90 on Monday. You're forecast to be in the mid to upper 80s for the rest of this week. Looks like the heat and humidity going to extend through the overnight hours through the Northeast. The urbanized stretches of the I-95 corridor, overnight lows only going to be dropping into, say, the low to mid 70s. Kind of hard to sleep if you don't have any AC. The steamy weather, a good chance to hit the swimming pool, take a dip in the ocean, cool off. We will have to keep an eye to the sky as forecasts due to the potential for showers and thunderstorms to bubble up with the heat and humidity of the afternoon hours. Daily rounds of showers across portions of the Northeast. There's going to be an additional boost of energy in the upper levels of the atmosphere coming up about midweek. Some of these thunderstorms could be strong to locally severe. The round of severe weather we were talking about first in the middle portions of the country all begins to shift eastward. Now, as is typically the case this time of year, any thunderstorms can produce torrential downpours, locally damaging winds, a lot of lightning strikes. So get indoors at the first sound of thunder. No particular day is going to be an entire washout this week. Just, again, your typical summertime garden variety pop-up thunderstorms during the afternoon and early evening hours with the heating of the day. Hey, we were talking last evening about the potential for tropical development this week. Hey, we've got the update from our friends at AccuWeather. Troubles a-brewing, according to the headline. Forecasters say a system that was becoming better organized this past day may very well become the sixth tropical depression or named storm of the hurricane season. Right now, the system has maximum sustained winds of 35 miles per hour. So we're really getting close to being Tropical Storm Fred. We do have tropical storm watches issued for Guadalupe, Martinique, Dominica, most of the Dominican Republic's coastline, the U.S. Virgin Islands, as well as Puerto Rico. There's a window for development as it moves west-northwest through the Caribbean between now and Wednesday. Very low wind shear. It's projected to pass through the Leeward Islands overnight tonight, just south of the U.S. Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico through the day today. Then just over or maybe just south of the Dominican Republic and Haiti toward midweek. As the system moves westward, an uptick in showers and thunderstorms will occur, as well as building seas and surf along the way. Now, even if the center does not pass directly over some of the islands, some locations from the Leeward Islands to Puerto Rico and Hispaniola may see some torrential rain, flash flooding, mudslides, road closures, power outages, several inches of rain with maybe higher amounts to the Lesser Antilles into early Tuesday, today. Now, the feature perhaps has a tropical depression or storms expected to bring wind gusts 40 to 50 miles per hour into early Tuesday as it crosses the Lesser Antilles. Yeah, since the wind shear at the mid-levels of the atmosphere and the steering breezes near the surface may change during the second half of the week, the exact track and strength of this system a bit less certain at this point in time. Yeah, a weak system tends to travel more to the west through the weekend, while a better organized tropical storm may make a turn more to the northwest over time. Yeah, this system being guided along the west-northwest by the circulation around a big area of high pressure over the central portions of the Atlantic. All right, it could remain consistent. That could guide the system all the way into the Gulf of Mexico. Yeah, Florida and the Florida Keys may be in the path that this system would take. This scenario could unfold if the high-pressure area weakens, allowing the system to turn more to the north later this week. So keeping an eye on things as far as the tropics are concerned. It's been a very quiet right through the month of July as far as the Atlantic hurricane season is concerned. All right, we'll get some of our industry headlines, couple of updates for you there coming up. Let's jump over and see who's checking in here on a Tuesday morning. Hope your week's off to a good start. It is 844-844-3388, and Colton is out there with us first out of the box. Hello, Colton. Hank checking in this morning. Colton said, I saw the message that you sent my dad about the banners. If my dad sent you the pictures of my trailer, you see what my trailer looks like and the banners I have right now. Indeed, I did see that, Colton. You're out there looking for bottles and cans. Copy in the mail, Chevy guy. Captain Ron checking in, running a couple hours late. No hours to start at normal time. Oh, well, sometimes you're the bug. All right. Hello to Gilligan with us this morning. Morning, Steve, from Tank. Happy Tuesday, 78 degrees here in Arizona tonight. Headed west to Fontana. Truck safe. Have a great day. John, check it in. Greetings from Southern Illinois. And who else we got? Pigpen. Hey, everybody. I'm sitting here in line at the border again. But thank goodness it's only about a 15-minute delay this morning. Port Huron, Michigan. Partly cloudy, 75 degrees. That is one of the industry headlines. After the major delays, hours. Who was it last evening that said they took 5 hours to get across the Canadian border there on Friday? Canadian Border Service workers have ended their work-to-rule strike. A tentative agreement was reached this past day. Actually, it was reached late Friday. According to the news release from the Public Service Alliance of Canada, we are relieved the CBSA and the government finally stepped up to address the most important issues for our members to avoid a prolonged labor dispute. This agreement is a testament to the incredible hard work and dedication of our bargaining team, who worked through the night to reach a deal. All right, there you go. That's going back to Friday. The flow of traffic was pretty much at a standstill. Hours-long delays at pretty much all the Canada border crossings. So good news there at the U.S.-Canadian border. Things getting back to normal, right? Hello to Kirk. Loafer, actually. Loafer is his handle. Tapeworm checking in. Good morning, everybody. Checking in from my old Kentucky home 20. Be safe out there. My truck's in the shop for now. Can't wait to get rolling again, though. Hello to Patsy. It's 84 degrees in Lincoln, Nebraska. Good morning to all. Be safe out there, truckers. Let's see. John checks in. 80 degrees here in Grand Rapids, Michigan at the midnight hour. Wow, it's a steamy night, isn't it? Good morning from Jim. in Forestville, New York, about 25 miles south of Buffalo, where it's still 75 outside at this hour. Tina checking in, shuttling beer from Sam Adams here in Cincinnati. All right. Everybody have a safe night. Jesse says, miss you in Dayton, Ohio. Guess you have a new channel. They need you at 94.5. Okay. That's your Dayton affiliate. All right. Morning, Steve. Happy Tuesday. 79 here in Arizona. Okay, that's Tank checking in once again. Underway on a Tuesday. We'll get to your calls coming up here. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, one of our top industry headlines last evening, as we got the new week started, was they had our fingers crossed that there was an amendment introduced for this infrastructure bill that included $1 billion for truck parking around the country. Well, did not happen. The bill will not include any measure aimed at addressing the truck parking crisis. The amendment that was issued Friday did not make it into the bill. The bipartisan amendment would have ensured that states used federal funding to expand truck parking capacity. It was estimated to dedicate more than $1 billion to truck parking over the duration of the legislation. OOIDA worked with lawmakers to get the amendment introduced. We're extremely disappointed that the Kelly/Loomis amendment to provide truck parking projects was not accepted and will therefore not be a part of the bill. Colin Long, OOIDA's Director of Government Affairs, it's hard to imagine how a bipartisan proposal to address truckers' top safety concern could not muster enough support to be included in this package. Personally, I cannot understand why every senator did not view this as a no-brainer. Yeah, truckers may like that Congress is finally investing some serious money into the roads and bridges, but the absence of dedicated funding for truck parking is frankly outrageous. with this bill. Because as Colin said, now it's pretty much going to be the status quo for the next 5 years, in all likelihood. Hey, there you go, underway. Let's get up to the calls at 844-844-3388. Hello, Carolina Monkey Gouger. What's going on?
Well, good morning. How you doing this morning?
I'm doing all right. I didn't get enough sleep this past day. I got up a little bit late in the afternoon. So I only got about 5 hours sleep.
Uh-oh. Gonna drink a lot of that 40 weight tonight.
Otherwise, everything's going fine. How's your week starting out?
It's starting out all right. I mean, it's rainy and hot, smeltery down here in Houston, and having to let the truck run and stay cool, you know.
Oh, yeah.
Everything else is okay, but see, I had to laugh last week. We had the youngest grandbaby of us. She's 4. And she's 4 going on 21. And she don't never shut up. I mean, from the time she gets up in the morning, she goes to bed at night. It's just, you know.
Right.
I was sitting there watching TV, and she said something to me, and I didn't hear. And she looked at me again. Said, "You hear what I said?" I said, "No. What did you say?" She said, "Butter my butt and call me a biscuit." I said, "Oh no! Where did you get that from?" So anyway, Thursday night they called me to come bring my trailer to the plant, and I told her, I said, "Well, you want to go trucking?" She said, "Yeah, I want to go trucking." I said, "Well, let me see if me and Ma ride over there with us." And I said, "You can ride with us tonight." So I went and told David, I said, "David, they called me. I got to take my trailer to the plant tonight to load." I said, "Y'all want to ride with me?" She said, "Yeah, we'll ride." David was getting up for getting some drinks and stuff for Paul and Sue, and she was in the bedroom in there messing around. And I said, "What is that child doing?" Went in there, she had a suitcase down packing her clothes. And I said, "Harley, what are you doing?" She says, "I'm ready to go to Texas." I said, "Well, baby, we ain't going to Texas tonight." I said, "We're just going to run to Columbia and come back." "Well, you never can tell. They might send us on further, and I want to be prepared." So, you know, it took me 30 minutes to load her up. Suitcase, you know, Oreo cookies, drinks, and baby dolls. She had to take the Barbie dolls. It took me about 30 minutes to get her, you know, lined up. So I said, "You want to ride in the seat?" She said, "Yes." I strapped her in over there. We're going down the road, left the house. She looked at me and says, "Hand me that CB." I said, "Now, what you going to say on the CB?" She says,
"Butter my butt and call me a biscuit."
Yeah, butter my butt and call me a biscuit. She picked up that microphone and went to talking on it. And I don't know where she got this from, because I swear she ain't been around me in the truck. She went to jabbering on that thing. "You big boys better look out there. Y'all got a copy on me? This is Barbie Doll, Pig, and Meemaw. We're coming through. Get out of the way." Well, somebody come back to her, and I don't know who that trucker was, but I sure do thank him for the patience of putting up with that girl. And him and her talked there for about 10 minutes, and she said, "Well, I got to sign off of here. That's a big 10-4. It's time to eat cookies and drink soft drinks, and I'll catch you later." I said, "Now, where in the world did she hear all this? You know, I'm just,
Yeah,
what is
right.
this 4-year-old been watching, you know?" So I went over there, got the trailer dropped. Of course, you know a kid, they got to stop and pee. So we stopped there at the Petro there on the outside of Columbia on the way back, and she went in there. Well, she had to go truck stop shopping. She looked at me and said, "I want to see what this place is all about." I said, "I ain't never been in one of these big truck stops." So go in there, you know, and she looked at me and said, "There ain't nothing but junk in here. This floated popcorn stand." I said, "Okay." whatever. So we get back in the truck, and I figured she gonna lay down. But she told me, "Ma, you get in the back." I strapped the back in. We go about 10 miles. She said, "Give me that CB radio." I said, "Baby, everybody's sleep. Ain't nobody gonna talk to you." And she got on there and started jabbering and jabbering and jabbering all the way home. We got home, got out the truck, and I figured she got to be tired. It's 12 o'clock at night. She got to go to bed. And she goes in there and she tells me, said, "You got that movie Smokey and the Bandit?" I said, "Yeah, I got Smokey and the Bandit, but I don't think you're supposed to be watching that." "Oh, I watch it with my daddy all the time." I said, "That's how I learned how to talk on the radio."
I've been watching Smokey and the Bandit. That explains it.
Yeah, you got a copy? Man, I laughed at that child. I tell you what, we had her for 4 days. And I'll tell you what, she kept us on our toes. I mean, it was just one thing after another. But when she said that butt of my button called me a biscuit, I like to flip out. But did you get to see any of that race Sunday?
I did not. No, sir. What'd I miss? Anything good?
Oh, you missed a butt-cutting El Royale, baby. Kyle Larson smoked them. I mean, he put a butt beating on them Japa Crappers and them boys. I mean, he just run off from the field. And Chase Elliott run him down there at the last, and they running one and second, but he's still about a second behind him. And he couldn't get up there to him. But I didn't get to watch none of it, listen to it. But I really enjoyed that. I don't like road racing. I think there's too many road races on the circuit this year. They need to cut them back to the ovals. Let's go for it. But old Kyle Larson, at number 5 of the season, Team Chevrolet is prevailing, baby. I mean, they out there. He got that car rolling. But Steve, something else is going on. The rodeo world is really taking it to Joe Biden. I mean, they're not biting no bones about it. They're saying, we have no mask mandates, here in the rodeo world, and we're not going to fall for the communism that Joe Biden trying to take us down. I mean, it was. I mean, those people were just cheering and carrying on. But the thing that got me was in the bareback riding, they had this horse named Kamala, and I was sitting there watching it, and the cowboy got ready to leave out, and they give his name and said, "This is Kamala. Unlike the other Kamala, this Kamala has never been rode." So I give a hats off to the Cowboy Channel, all those rodeo announcers. I mean, they're starting to be pushback. We even seen it in the Olympics. People getting up, wrapping up in the flag, telling how great they are to be an American and how much they love our country. People are starting to take a stand slowly but surely and let Washington know we're tired of your BS. But, Steve, I heard something today, and I mean, it just kind of, I will never forget 9/11. None of us in our age bracket will never forget 9/11.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Well, can you hold that thought, Monkey Gouger? Let me get my news break in here. Don't want to get too far behind, right? And we'll pick up right there. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The CDC is advising travelers to avoid France, Israel, and several other countries as COVID cases rise in those destinations. France and Israel join Aruba, Iceland, Thailand, Eswatini, and French Polynesia as the latest destinations moved to the very high level, meaning they've had more than 500 cases per 100,000 residents in the last 28 days. The CDC added another 16 destinations to the very high-risk category last week, including Greece and Ireland. And a federal judge says that she doubts the legality of the White House's latest eviction moratorium, but may not have the power to change it. U.S. District Judge Dabney Friedrich made the comments in the case of a group of Alabama landlords seeking an injunction against the CDC's moratorium on evictions in counties with high or substantial transmission of COVID. Judge Friedrich had declared in May that the CDC did not have the authority to order a pause on evictions. She said she would issue a ruling on the latest moratorium soon. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Do you have an idea for a book, fiction, nonfiction, or a children's book? We can help you put it together and bring it to market at Dorrance Publishing. We have thousands of testimonials from people just like you that we've helped get their books sold in stores and online. We've even got a service called The Writer's Coach. It's perfect for people that have a book idea in their head and they just need someone to help them put it on paper. Dorrance Book Publishing has been helping people just like you who have a book idea, written or not, for over 100 years. Imagine being counted among the most famous authors in the world with your very own book. Call right now and let us help you turn a book idea into reality. It's easier than you think. You just need a little help. Call us now.
800-876-9035. 800-876-9035. 800-876-9035. That's 800-876-9035.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles per gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road. I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, how about a Buckeye boy checking in from Ackworth, Georgia. 75 degrees. Got my deliveries off around Raleigh this past day, and as Heatwave would say, I'm at the Hacienda until the phone rings or I get an email, someone requiring my services, then off I go wherever they pay me to go. Wanted to get your opinion on how long you think it'll be before some enterprising person or a group of persons with questionable ethics starts selling black market vaccine passports. You know, once this practice starts running rampant, how long do you think it'll be before we're required to get maybe a chip implanted for the good of all? Reasoning being that you can't hack the chip and your information on it, including that you've been vaccinated. Yeah, interesting you'd bring that up, Buckeye boy, because I went on a bit of a tirade along that line last evening. And what time was that? About 3:30 a.m. Eastern time. I very, very much see something along that line coming down the pike, because I could pull up the headline, Buckeye boy, right now. Already, there are stories about fake vaccination cards or vaccine passports are popping up all over the country. I would not be a bit surprised. All right, let me get back to Monkey Gouger. We left off there. Yeah, no one will ever forget September 11, as you mentioned.
Nobody, right. And they're having the memorial service, in September, which we're right around the corner from that. And they've asked Joe Biden and his crew not to attend. And they had them on interviewing them today, and they was, asking why. They said, well, there was two reasons. That Donald Trump was supposed to give full disclosure tying the Saudi Arabian government to 9/11. And they got some leaked papers, because every one of those guys that crashed those planes were from Saudi Arabia, Saudi Arabian affiliated. And so, Donald tried, he didn't get nowhere. Well, Joe Biden talked to him before the election and said, hey, if I get elected, I promise you that there will be full disclosure on this. Well, it's been, 8 months now, 7 months, long, he's been in office to be 8 months. And just short of 8 months. No disclosure on this. And so they told us that don't bring your butt over there. We don't want you there, and we don't need Nancy Pelosi and a bunch more of them there. And he was real adamant about it. And he gave the name of the group, and I don't remember what the name of the group was, but I think it's time the American people get behind these people, and let's find out who is responsible for killing 3,200 American lives. And quit the stonewalling. America deserved the right to know. Don't you agree?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Yeah. And I did see the headline where they said they don't want Joe Biden to be attending. Again, they want the full disclosure.
Right. And the other thing that caught my ear today was the big old had him a birthday party up there at Martha's Vineyard, and all his attendees didn't have no mask on. Did you see that?
Yeah, they were all either vaccinated or had supposedly proof of a negative COVID test.
So in other words, they checked all them highfalutin people coming in there for vaccination papers.
Well, supposedly that's what they want us to believe. But fact of the matter is, what was the CDC's advice about a week ago? That even vaccinated people can spread the COVID. It doesn't matter.
Right. Because we got a couple people up there in the House of Representatives been vaccinated, and in the last week they've come down with it. But I mean, the point I'm making is, it's all right for them rich and famous people. I don't know if famous, I would say, relate to him, the blunder, or whatever you want to call him. But it's okay for them to have parties and everything and not mask up. But yet they want our school children to wear a mask and want all these companies to make it mandatory that you get vaccinated. And one that comes to my mind is a big one, and it was Tyson Foods. Did you see that?
Yeah.
Friday?
And that's going to include the truck drivers for Tyson Foods.
Include the truck drivers. And I got a friend that drives for him, and she got up the other morning and had 2 flat tires. Somebody done slashed her tires. So, here we go, and I mean, I've listened to some things over the last 24 hours, and I wasn't going to get real deep into it, but, I just don't understand. They've got medicine out there that will cure this thing for little or nothing, but yet they want to charge you $1,000 when you can buy the pill over there in Africa for $4. Those idiots in Washington, every one of them need to be recalled, and let's start all over again and see if we can't get somebody to get the job done. I mean, Steve, in civics, U.S. history, we were taught when we went to school, and you wasn't that far behind me, just maybe 3 years. The purpose of having representatives and U.S. senators is for them to go and relay the message from their constituents on what they're supposed to do. And if the majority wants something done, that's the way they're supposed to act. They're not supposed to go up there and have parties and carry on and make deals up there and blah, 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 blah. All of them need a history lesson. And I tell you, man, America's getting a belly full of it right now. I mean, and there's starting to be some blowback on it. And I just can't wait to see where this is going to go. Because I tell you, they're sitting on a powder keg right now.
Yep.
So anyway, butter my butt, call me a biscuit, and I'll talk to you tomorrow night.
All right. Good to hear from you. Be safe out there, Carolina Monkey Gouger. All right. Put him back in queue. There we go. Yeah, Buckeye Boy. Yeah, did a quick search here. And just this past day, as the Delta variant sweeps across the country, a growing number of colleges and universities are requiring proof of vaccination for students to attend in-person classes. That new mandate has opened the door for those opposed to getting the vaccine to cheat the system. According to interviews with students, education, and law enforcement officials, both faculty and students at dozens of schools interviewed by the Associated Press say they're concerned about how easy it is to get fake vaccine cards. Across the internet, a cottage industry has sprung up to accommodate people who say they won't get vaccinated for either personal or religious reasons. An Instagram account with the username Vaccination Cards sells laminated COVID-19 cards for $25 a pop. a user on the encrypted messaging app. Telegram offers COVID vaccine card certificates for as much as $200 apiece. An increasing number of inquiries to these sites and similar sites appear to be from those trying to get fake vaccination cards for college. One Reddit user commented about falsifying vaccination cards, saying, in part, "I need one too for college. I refuse to be a guinea pig." On Twitter, another user with more than 70,000 followers tweeted, "My daughter bought 2 fake IDs online for $50 while in college, shipped from China. Anyone have the link for vaccine cards?" So there it is. It's already underway. At least 675 colleges and universities are already requiring proof of vaccination to attend. The process to confirm vaccination at many schools can be as simple as uploading a picture of your vaccine card to your student's portal. In Nashville, Tennessee, Vanderbilt University places a hold on a student's course registration until their vaccine record has been verified, unless they have an approved medical accommodation or religious exemption. So, yeah, there it is. $25, $50. I'm guessing that'll be a flourishing business for a period of time anyway. All right, let's get a quick chime out. Back in 2, lines available at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
It was an interesting story out of Georgia in regards to the voting systems there. Yeah, they've got, I guess, obviously, the voting machines and whatnot vary from one state to the next. I was not aware that in Georgia, so you punch into the Dominion voting machine. I guess you punch on the boxes who you want to vote for. And when you're done, I guess you click on print. It spits out a paper copy of the ballot, and then you take that and insert the paper ballot into what they call the tabulator. And I guess they did a little survey and watching the election process. And most voters didn't even check their printed ballot, or at best just maybe briefly glanced at their paper ballot before inserting it into the tabulation machine. They don't even know what printed out. 20% of voters observed at the voting booth did not check the ballot at all, didn't even look at it. 31% of voters just gave the paper a brief glance. The rest either looked at the ballots for a short time or a long time, according to this study. People take the ballots, insert them into the ballot tabulator. But you would think you'd want to check and look at your actual paper ballot and make sure that who you voted for is what it actually spit out. If there were issues with that, obviously a whole lot of people wouldn't even have noticed if something was switched on their ballot. I found that rather interesting. But what's going on, Chevy Guy? Hey there.
Hey, it sounds like the way we voted down here in South Carolina. You went in this little booth, you went through a computer, tapped this big square, what you wanted to do. Now, I pretty well vote straight ticket. I ain't got a problem. The Democrat platform is pretty straightforward, and I'm not a baby killer. I won't support any form or shape of that situation of pro-abortion. So it was easy. Whenever I got ours was like wasn't really a paper, but it was like a little bit thin cardboard. And it come back out, and I looked at it. Everything was fine. As I walked out towards the exit, the lady pointed to this machine, and I slid it in there, and she said, "You're counted." I said, "Thank you, ma'am." Went out the back door. My wife, she's not able to get out of the car, or we was going to get out of the car, but some young man, and believe it or not, I think he was one of those Louis Farrakhan types, bless his heart, had a little bow tie and a suit and everything, well dressed young man. He said, hold sir. Said, "We'll get somebody," and they come out because I'm trying to pull that wheelchair out of that Fiesta. Well, this lady comes out, my wife, and she does it while she's sitting right there in the car, and she fills that out, and then my wife says, "I don't know if I voted or not." And I said, "Honey, I believe these people are being as honest as they can." So, and it was like a little cart. She voted on that machine, and then that card, she handed it to that lady, and she goes, "I will put that into the tabulator." Mm-hmm. So, sounded exactly like what the machine we were on. The reason why I called, I just the shock of it, and I'm trying to think, have you ever heard any conservative commentator say such a thing? And if there wouldn't have been such an uproar, Don Lemon said, quote, people that don't get a vaccine their driver's license should be pulled from them, and they shouldn't be able to buy groceries.
Yep, that is correct.
All right, what are we going to do? You're going to have we're going to have visuals of people starving outside a Walmart full of food because they can't go in. What in America? My gosh, the key word in our freedom is to be able to tell our government no without fear of reprisal. And this manipulating the businesses, all at the same time, knowing the businesses know that, it doesn't matter if you end up getting paralyzed from taking the shot. They're not going to have to stand good for it. I just tried to think, why? What about the American Civil Liberties Union? How come they ain't hollering about it? How absurd. and what we're dealing with here. And like Monkey Gouger said, I do hope we see a lot of pushback. But we're waiting for it. But it's got to be started by our politicians. I know they're out there working at this or working at that. I see that, but I'm telling you, they're going to have to act like Democrats. Every time they see a camera, they need to go out there, roll around on the floor, throw things up, shove people around, and get mouthy at the camera. You know, make a spectacle of themselves. Explain to people you're losing your freedom. Now, wake up, folks. I mean, what you read? I think you read that the president's approval rating is still pretty high, over 50%. And where we were at now, of course, they say it's dropped from 70%,
right,
it's down to like 60 or something like that, which is absurd. You still got to wonder who's making these tabulations. But tonight, that's my spiel. That just I'm just trying to think if they had like Sean Hannity or Tucker Carlson, yourself, that would say, deny to force somebody to do something, take their ability to make a living and take their ability to feed themselves away from them. What kind of human being talks like that or even suggests that? It's just dictatorships. That's all it is.
Yep.
Other than that, we're going to sit back and copy the mail, and we're sitting back here and we're shocked. The mail has got us shocked completely. So, other than that, we're going to hear what other people think.
All right. Good to have you with the Chevy guy. Over and out. Have a good morning. All right. We've got wide open lines at 844-3388. Close out hour number 1. Rolling into a Tuesday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The CDC is advising travelers to avoid France, Israel, and several other countries as COVID cases rise in those destinations. France and Israel join Aruba, Iceland, Thailand, Eswatini, and French Polynesia as the latest destinations moved to the very high level, meaning they've had more than 500 cases per 100,000 residents in the last 28 days. The CDC added another 16 destinations to the very high-risk category last week, including Greece and Ireland. And a federal judge says that she doubts the legality of the White House's latest eviction moratorium, but may not have the power to change it. U.S. District Judge Dabney Friedrich made the comments in the case of a group of Alabama landlords seeking an injunction against the CDC's moratorium on evictions in counties with high or substantial transmission of COVID. Judge Friedrich had declared in May that the CDC did not have the authority to order a pause on evictions. She said she would issue a ruling on the latest moratorium soon. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Wayne Alaroot. John and Chelsea Jubilee with Energized Health are regular guests on my show, sharing their breakthrough science of intercellular hydration. The results? People lose fat fast while still eating many of the foods they love. You can too. Plus, supercharge your energy and boost your immune system. You'll look and feel years younger. It's simple and natural without painful exercise. How do I know? Because I've only been on the program for a few short months, and I've already lost 25 pounds of inner body fat, and I've gained 10 pounds of muscle. But don't just take my word for it. Go to EnergizedHealth.com and check out hundreds of amazing testimonials. For all the details, click on the red button. Watch the masterclass at EnergizedHealth.com. It's free, or cut to the chase. Join right now at 888-444-8895. Toll free 888-444-8895. Mention war and get 40% off. 40% off! Go now to EnergizedHealth.com, 888-444-8895, or EnergizedHealth.com.
There are worries that an influx of illegal migrants being released into the U.S. are worsening a surge in COVID-19 cases. Tim Berg has more.
As the surge of illegal immigrants at the southern border continues, local officials are concerned they're spreading COVID-19 to border communities. Border Patrol Union Vice President Chris Cabrera joins Fox News and says many illegal immigrants are leaving their facilities and don't know if they have COVID.
As far as Border Patrol goes, it's very rare we test anyone. The only time somebody gets tested in our custody is if they're showing signs and symptoms or they have some other medical emergency. So very few get tested in Border Patrol custody.
Cabrera adding that Health and Human Services does test some illegal immigrants.
And Texas Governor Greg Abbott has asked hospitals in his state to forego elective surgeries to open more capacity for COVID-19 patients. He's also ordering the State Division of Emergency Management to open more antibody infusion centers to treat COVID patients whose cases do not require hospitalization. This is USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go and pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis said Monday that the salaries of superintendents and school board members who violate the state's ban on mask mandates in school districts could be withheld. In a statement, the governor described the penalty as a consequence for noncompliance. DeSantis signed an executive order last month directing the state's education department to draft rules preventing the implementation of school mask mandates. 2 lawsuits against the ban have already been filed by parents in the state. The fight coming as kids prepare to go back to the classroom amid an increase of COVID cases in those 12 and under who are unable to get vaccinated. Dr. Ashish Shah says there are plenty of known ways to make the schools safe. The dean of Brown University's School of Public Health tells CNN that those methods also include better testing and ventilation in classrooms.
The good news is we know how to get kids back into school safely full-time. We know how to do it safely for teachers, for parents, for staff. And it includes many of the things you mentioned, Pamela. So it means vaccinations for everybody. It means good ventilation. It means testing. We have lots of testing capability now. And it does include, especially in high transmission areas, mask wearing. And what I would say to parents is, first of all, if you're in a high transmission area, certainly make sure your kids are masked up, but push for those policies because they're all readily available. We have the resources, and they can make schools really quite exquisitely safe.
And the White House is levying new sanctions against allies of Belarusian President Alexander Lukashenko on the one-year anniversary of his disputed re-election. The Treasury Department announced sanctions Monday against 23 people and 21 entities that are linked to the regime and the violent crackdown on protesters following last year's elections. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, here it comes. Infrastructure bill, all right? The bipartisan $1.2 trillion bipartisan infrastructure bill comes up for a full vote this week. Being described by Senator Blackburn as the gateway to socialism. The Democrats are using to pave the way for Bernie Sanders' $3.5 trillion spending bill. Explaining why she cannot support the bill. In my opinion, she says, it is not enough about infrastructure. Wake up, America, about the first bill. It's too expensive. It's a down payment for the Green New Deal. She called it unbelievable that 9% of this bill goes to actual infrastructure. But it's being billed as an infrastructure bill. I know some of my colleagues have worked very hard to try and create a bipartisan product. We all wanted to get something on infrastructure that we could support. But when you look at $110 million being used for roads and bridges and runways, rivers and railways, and $65 billion that's used for broadband, This isn't something I can support. Yeah, the first bill also carries $161 billion in new fees, which equates to taxes. Fees that are in this bill. You have a $256 billion deficit in the bill. It's not paid for, so the burden to pay for this is going to come with taxes in Bernie's budget. Then it's going to be shoved off on our children and grandchildren. She alluded to the fact she thinks the vote could come as early as today. Well, that's what's on the docket, according to this report. After weeks of fits, starts, and delays, the vote is expected to take place at 11 a.m. this morning, Tuesday. The bill would then go to the House. All told, we see some 70 senators appear poised to vote yay on the bipartisan package to passage. Yeah, eager to tap the billions in new spending for their states and show voters that they can deliver. Chuck Schumer said the first time the Senate has come together for anything like this in decades. Now, after that, the Senate will immediately launch votes on Biden's next package. That's the $3.5 trillion plan that is pretty much all about the Democrats. Beginning a debate that's probably going to extend into fall. You know, on the left, the Democrats withstood complaints of liberals who say the proposal falls short of what's needed for a down payment on one of the president's top priorities. From the right, Republicans are pretty much ignoring the criticism from their most conservative and far-flung voices. A barrage of name-calling from former President Trump as he tries to derail the package. He also, this past day, alluded to the beginning of the Green New Deal. That's what Trump referred to it as. Let's see. Trump said in a statement, this is not an infrastructure bill. This is the beginning of the Green New Deal. The bill I proposed, which Mr. McConnell couldn't do anything with, was pure infrastructure. I want what's best for America, not what's best for the Communist Democrat Party. This is going to be a big victory for the Democrats. It'll be used against Republicans in the upcoming election. Schumer is using the threat of we can do it the hard way or we can do it the easy way and keeping people in town. McConnell never did that on a real infrastructure bill. Now, hopefully the House will be much stronger than the Senate. Yeah, that's so 11 a.m. this morning is the slated time for the vote on the docket. All right, let's get back to the calls here. It's 844-3388. Well, good morning, Steve. What's happening?
Hey, good morning. How was your weekend?
Had a good weekend. How about yourself?
Pretty good. Had the police at my house, so that was... this is to a story I want to bring up. So on Saturday night, I set the alarm in the house, went to bed and got up Sunday morning and grabbed some stuff and opened the garage door and sirens going off. So I set my alarm off. And, of course, right away the alarm company calls me, and I must have given them the wrong code. So, I gave them the code, and they said, "Are you sure?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the code." They asked for my name, so forth. So I hung up the phone. All of a sudden, Steve, I swear it was about 3 hours later, I get the doorbell's ringing. And I asked my wife, I'm like, "Who's at the door?" She's like, "The police." Steve, it took them 3 hours to show up to my house.
Wow, okay.
And we're talking Nashville, because we're in Metro Nashville, so Yeah. So God forbid you ever get in some sort of trouble, which is my point. We're going to have to defend ourselves, Steve. We're not going to be able to rely on the police too much anymore with all this defunding stuff that's taken place over the past year. There's a story from Portland. These Christians were out there having a prayer service, and they were attacked by Antifa. Shields, clubs, bear spray. They destroyed a bunch of their sound equipment.
Yes.
Steve, they were having a religious prayer service out in some park.
I saw the video of that. I mean, that is absolutely unbelievable. And I mean, this went on for a period of time, and I never saw any police show up.
That's my point, Steve. No police showed up. None. It's just unbelievable what's going on in this country. So not only are our freedom of our religion being attacked, freedom of speech being attacked, but if you are being attacked, you can't even count on somebody to help you, including law enforcement, who you would think are out there to serve and protect.
Yeah. Yeah, for those who hadn't seen it, I mean this was a group, a church that had gathered, and I guess it was a park type of a setting. They were having a service, outdoor service, this past Sunday morning. And these Antifa, I don't know, I guess maybe several dozen, I mean, dressed in all black with their, the hoods, the gear, all dressed like they were ready for combat. The pastor actually got maced. They were literally destroying the sound equipment and everything. I mean, and one of them was getting in the face of the pastor. What did he say? "Where is your God now? Where is your God now?"
Yeah, it's absolutely disgusting, Steve. I mean, I guess we're going to have to start carrying our pistols to church, have the AR in the trunk ready, because this is absolutely insanity what's going on in the United States of America.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I have never, ever seen anything like this in my lifetime, and I'm sure none of the listeners have either. It's just total insanity. Just like that church down in, I believe it was in Texas, where those 2 or 3 gentlemen had concealed carry weapons on them, and they stopped a mass shooter from, being in that church. So, I guess that's what we got to do. We're going to have to take action because the police aren't. It's just like this officer that showed up 3 hours later at my house. There could have been somebody in there holding us hostage, whatever, slashed our throats, and they would have been gone in 3 hours for sure.
Oh, yeah.
But and the same thing's going on in Chicago, Steve. Over 70 people were shot over the weekend. 13 dead, including 1 female police officer. And her partner's hanging on for his life. But Lori Lightfoot, everything's okay. We're down for the revolution in Chicago. Everything's fine. But here's my point, Steve. Where are all these black leaders? Jesse Jackson, Al Sharpton. Where are they? Where's Black Lives Matter? They're not around. You don't hear from Steve. You don't hear anything in the media about this at all. About these murders that are taking place weekend after weekend after weekend. I mean, these are jungles. These are war zones. You can't even walk the streets on the south side of Chicago anymore.
No. Yep.
I mean, just to go to a ball game at White Sox Park. I mean, I'd be scared for my life unless I had a pistol on me. Just absolutely insanity. And then the Obama thing. The hypocrisy about that. This guy, Steve, King Obama and Queen Michelle, they live high in the hog, all due to American capitalism. But in the other side of their mouth, they trash our country. They trash the people. They trash the middle class. Working stiffs. They trash us. You know, we're extremists, we're white supremacists, we're racists. But they're living high on the hog off of this country. High on the hog. And then they're going to talk about forcing this down our throat and vaccines down our throat. And in the meantime, he's got 500 people or whatever, for 3 days at a party, smoking pot, drinking, eating all kinds of elaborate food off the money he made on this, off of this country. His Marxist wife put out a public statement on television with Stacey Abrams about the racism and the voting and how they're being oppressed and how they need to stand up and fight. Public service announcement, Steve. But there was no public service announcement about the 70 people that were shot and 13 killed in Chicago.
Yes, sir.
Not doing anything about that. It's just every day, Steve. It's the hypocrisy, the insanity. Like Lou said, man, we're going around the pole one last time.
Yeah.
This country's going to hell in a handbasket.
So with the whatever it was, the 70, 73, whatever the final number was over the weekend, you shared a headline that in a 24-hour period, there were 47 people shot. In 24 hours. I mean, how does law enforcement even respond to that?
Steve, there can't be any cops in those neighborhoods. There's just no way. I mean, they used to patrol the streets. I brought this up a couple of weeks ago, how they got rid of the task force. They'd have undercover cops infiltrate gangs, try to get the guns off the street, make the traffic stops. They don't do that anymore.
Mm-hmm.
So, they have gunfire, and people call 911. And maybe it's the same thing that happened at my house on Sunday morning. They show up 2-3 hours later, and they'll investigate, see if they can, find out who did it maybe, clear up the dead bodies, call the coroner, and then it's go on to the next block where it's going on. So I really think that the police are just handcuffed, so to speak. They're not allowed to do their jobs anymore. And the South Side is just a total war zone. Just incredible. It really is. Sad for the people there.
Yeah, yep.
To be living in that. It really is. Anyway, appreciate you taking my call, Steve.
Hey, thanks for checking in.
Listen in.
Have a good morning, Steve. You got it. Thanks for checking in. Let me see. John sent me this a few minutes ago via email, steve@hotshotsecret.com. It says, Stalin once ripped all the feathers off a live chicken as a lesson to his followers. He then set the chicken on the floor a short distance away. The chicken was bloodied and suffering immensely. Yet when Stalin began to toss some bits of wheat toward the chicken, it followed him around. He said to his followers, "This is how easy it is to govern stupid people. They will follow you no matter how much pain you cause them, as long as you throw them a little worthless treat once in a while." I'm not sure if that's a true narrative, if Stalin actually did that, but it makes sense. There's more truth to that than you could imagine. Points to ponder, right? Thank you so much, John. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, There's only one DEF to choose. Blue DEF Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, who else checking in here on a Tuesday morning? David checking in. Good Tuesday, Brother Steve, in Murfreesboro, Tennessee this morning. Very humid, a warm night, yes. Dog days of summer, that's what they call it, right? Let's see. Marianne says, Steve, I have a question for you. Is it true the government's going to make it mandatory for everyone to get this coronavirus vaccine? Yeah, Dean pretty much answered the question, and I think you're right, Dean. Marianne, he said that they can't until it's approved by the FDA, other than the emergency use designation. Yeah, then they'll probably try. Yeah, Dr. Fauci alluded to that over the weekend, whichever program he was on. What was it, Meet the Press or whatever? He's still showing up on the mainstream media every day, everywhere you turn. Yeah, there's Fauci. He said that he anticipates it will have full FDA approval, he hoped, by the end of this month, after which we will see a slew of companies mandating vaccine. Yeah, companies, businesses, I mean, kind of like the New York thing. Yeah, bars, restaurants, gymnasiums, the ability to attend a movie theater or a ball game, all those sort of things. You're going to have essentially your vaccine passport. They're still trying to say they won't do it on a federal level, but they're urging all on the state and local level to do it. All right, so that's probably the correct answer, Marianne. Randy, hello, Steve. We're still here in Sturgis, South Dakota, on vacation. You horrible people out there in Sturgis. Yeah, some called out Fauci as well. I think it was the same interview over the weekend where he was chastising the people that had gathered for Sturgis in South Dakota, but he had nothing to say about the gathering at Martha's Vineyard. It didn't say anything about the big Obama gathering there for the birthday party. No masks. Let's see. David says, love the monkey gouger and the big moose. Also, the American Eagle, 10-4. All right. Thank you, David. Some of your favorite callers, huh? Let's see. From Mark in Tombstone. Steve, people are like chickens. They get put on the truck to the slaughterhouse. Then if the truck crashes and they're scattered all over the highway, they'll stand around and wait to get picked up. Yep. All right, about 28 past the hour. All right, hang in there, Heat Wave. We're going to get our bottom of the hour news break here in just a moment, and we'll come back to you. And otherwise, lines available at 844-3388. All right, talking about the law enforcement issues around the country, activists in Cleveland, Ohio, are pushing a police reform effort that includes a ballot initiative to create a civilian oversight panel that would be authorized to fire officers in a troubled department that has twice been under federal oversight. The people of Cleveland have to take charge of this reform. Brenda Bickerstaff, whose brother was shot by police in 2002. She says, if you want this reform to work, if you want to have the relationship that the police and the community is supposed to have with one another, we have to take charge of it. The Citizens for a Safer Cleveland ballot initiative, spearheaded by Bickerstaff and other Cleveland residents who have lost loved ones in police-involved shootings, would give the Community Police Commission the final say, apparently. Although the police union could still appeal disciplinary decisions to arbitrators. But if this passes, it would make Cleveland's Civilian Review Board literally the most powerful in the country. Now, Cleveland's mayor, who's actually a Democrat, contends it would make the city less safe, taking power out of the hands of the mayor and the police chief and putting all the power in the hands of a committee of 13 resident people. President of the Cleveland Police Patrolmen's Association Union said the ballot backers are ignoring the reforms that have already taken place since the Justice Department resumed oversight back in 2013. Since that consent decree has been around, we have been more than accountable. We discipline more cops than anywhere in the state. We hand out the most suspensions in the state. We have cameras on. We're watched all the time. And I've had our attorneys look at this thing, and we think that there's legal problems here. Our contract pretty much says we get disciplined by the chief and the safety director. So interesting. Cleveland, Ohio. With that, we'll get our news break and return with more. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The Senate is scheduled to vote on the $1.2 trillion bipartisan infrastructure bill early Tuesday morning after working through the weekend to try to move the measure through. Kansas Republican Senator Jerry Moran joined the group that negotiated the contents of the bill and voted to endorse the framework of the package, but says he cannot vote for the final measure. He explained that the bipartisan nature of the bill is trumped by a $3.5 trillion spending bill the Democrats plan to bring up following this measure.
I would say again that I'm open to those opportunities. I'm saddened by the fact that this did not reach an agreement that I can support, but I certainly indicate to my colleagues that I'm willing to work with Republican and Democratic members of the Senate to see that in other instances we can come together in a way that provides hope for the American people that we can work together and a better product than we were able to reach in this instance.
This is USA Radio News.
Do you have a home that you don't want anymore? We can buy it from you within 24 hours. Any home, size, or condition. For over 20 years, we've been buying homes for cash and helping homeowners sell their homes immediately, with no listings or strangers walking through your home. Are you moving? Did you lose your job? Going through a divorce? Whatever the reason, if you're in a bind and you know that you need to sell your house fast, call the expert team at I Need to Sell My House Fast. We'll make you a serious cash offer to buy your home in 24 hours and let you walk away from it. No listing, no waiting. Sell any home, any size, any condition, now. Call the expert team at I Need to Sell My House Fast. Make this free call now.
800-478-6084. 800-478-6084. 800-478-6084. That's 800-478-6084.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
And we'll pick up there with some industry headlines. Let me see. First of all, an update out of Colorado. The big-time headache you've been dealing with there. DOT offered an update on the progress crews are making to get I-70 through Glenwood Canyon reopened after that major mudslide. Both directions. Yeah, the heavy rains, mudslides made the interstate impassable. In the Monday morning update, they said the good weather had allowed crews to make some significant progress over the weekend as far as clearing away mud, rocks, and debris. Crews were able to remove 440 loads. We're talking 13 tons of material in 2 days. The eastbound lanes of the interstate were cleared from all the way to the mile marker 123.5. Crews were able to remove a large boulder from the west side of the canyon over the weekend as well. Engineering teams are conducting inspections this past day. There's still no estimated time to reopen. But right now, they're still recommending trucks take I-80 through Wyoming. Then it was the piggies on the street. A litter of young pigs set loose on a Missouri interstate over the weekend, forcing the closure of the roadway. Let's see, St. Louis County on the ramp from I-270 to Interstate 64. The livestock trailer overturned on the ramp for unknown reasons, breaking open the trailer, setting the piggies free. They roamed along the roadway through the median, again forcing the closure of the ramp as first responders worked to corral the piggies. Things shut down for about 4 hours as they worked to capture the pigs. And one further update from the state of Kentucky. Law enforcement agencies are increasing patrols on a stretch of I-24 in Kentucky after a series of deadly crashes. There's an active construction zone on the interstate there. Officers from the Kentucky State Police, the Paducah Police Department, and McCracken County Sheriffs are increasing patrols in that work zone between Exit 11 and the Ohio River Bridge into Illinois. Police will be on the lookout for driving behaviors that could contribute to a crash, speeding, distracted driving. Now, this is in response to an uptick in fatal crashes in this construction zone. The latest was a 6-vehicle pileup on August the 3rd that left a 62-year-old California-based truck driver dead, westbound lanes of I-24, involving 3 commercial vehicles and 3 passenger vehicles. Another fatal pileup occurred on westbound 24 at mile marker 3 in late June. That involved 9 vehicles, 8 passenger vehicles and 1 semi that left a 4-year-old girl dead. Paducah Police Chief has asked the Kentucky Transportation Cabinet for changes to the construction zone to make the interstate safer. These changes include dropping the speed limit and pushing back the work zone to exit 7. A semi driving 65 miles an hour or driving the speed limit just before that zone when it causes a crash is going to be a fatality. So we at least slow them down a little bit. That could help, he says. Now, this is a project that's going to be ongoing for quite some time, not expected to be done till the fall of next year, as a matter of fact, 2022. Careful in the construction zones. Okay, what are we looking at? About 19 before the hour. It is 844-844-3388. What's going on with Heat Wave this morning?
Good morning, senor. How are you this morning?
Happy Tuesday. How's your week starting off?
Well, Taco Tuesday, fill me up. Not too bad. Over here heading to Bloomington, California. Just got through going through Gallup, New Mexico. Should be a song written about that, huh?
Yes, sir.
I'll tell you what. Yep. I heard Friday that Biden said he would do everything in his power to make this shot mandatory. And he threatened to take those individuals who are on SSI or SSDI, a Social Security disability, take their benefits away until they get the shot. Now, my wife, the Lady Heatwave, is on SSDI. Her doctor has said that she should not, repeat, not take that shot until they have more information on it. Now, the ACLU is supposed to protect and defend American civil liberties, not illegal aliens or anyone else that is not from America, but is supposed to protect American civil liberties. This seems like to me that would be a strike against my wife's civil liberty because her doctor says no.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, King Biden says you will take it or else. Now, that just does not bode well for me, doesn't bode well for my wife. I mean, all it does is just upset us even more, where we're just praying something happens to where this guy is out of office, the next runner-up, the VP, is out of office, and the people that follow them had better not be of that same mindset, but we know they are. So, it's like trying to run away from something in a dream. You can't run away from it fast enough, but you can sure turn around and run head first into it. It's interesting how that works out. It's sad. There was before I get off on another rant, there was a First Fleet truck heading westbound on 40 that got off at exit 16 going to the Loves or the TA. And he's a prime example of why there are fires out on the sides of the road. Apparently he got done with his butt he was sucking on, and he flipped it out through the passenger window. I mean, thank goodness it landed on the interstate and not near the grass. But I mean, you see so many grass fires started by people just flipping their butts out the window thinking, oh, it'll burn out. Well, yeah, it will eventually after it catches something dry on fire.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, folks, please, if you smoke, and I know there's a lot of them out there that do, find a soda can, a plastic bottle, one of those cigarette butt things, put it in there. We've seen enough. I've seen enough fires out here. We don't need to have any more. Okay, I'm off on that public service announcement. So,
good, yeah.
So King Obama and Princess Michael had their little soiree. Well, that's fine, and of course they weren't masked, I guess, like someone said. You know what? I could care less if they were or if they weren't. For Michael to say she has never been proud of America because it's so bad on her. Tell you what, he is living the life of Riley right there along with King Obama, King Barack. I mean, how in the hell did they make their money? To say that, we need to start going to a communist or a socialist society, they may not realize that if you practice that edict of socialism, everybody loses everything.
Mm-hmm.
Those who have money will lose their money, and those who ain't got money will gain, but it won't be enough for them. I've cited an example that I had given. It was at a dealership when I was making the deliveries in Albuquerque, way back when, many moons ago. Letting them know that the detailer was making, I think he was making $55,000. I was making at the time $35,000, and his brand new detailer that came to work at that company, he was making $25,000. And I says, okay, so all together we're making roughly about $110,000. Divide that by 3, and that's what each one of us get, the same amount. That if you add one more to the party, and he doesn't want to work, but under socialism he gets paid, we all lose money. That's what's going to prevent the top wage earner from leaving. If the top wage earner were to leave,
mm-hmm.
then our share drops down even more. And the guy that was the top wage earner of our group discussion there, he didn't want to get rid of his money because he worked hard for his money. He wanted the rich man's money. And I said, well, don't you think the person that is rich busted his butt to get to where he is? to where he's given you a job, where he's given this other gentleman a job. You know, if you go after the rich person, there is nothing in our book saying that they cannot leave unless Democratic Socialist Party that we have right now makes an edict stating, yeah, you can leave, but you'll have to leave 90% of your wealth here in the States. Now, there was one other country in the Radical Party that did that, made that edict saying, yeah, you can leave, but you'll have to leave 90% of everything you own here. And that was under Nazi Germany with Adolf Hitler. So, you know, you could have had all the money in the world, but you had to leave 90% of it with the Nazi Party so they could spend it on their socialist programs. And it's really a bear when you run out of other people's money that you have to actually tax them even more just so you can live up to your promises or whatnot. But, you know, I don't like the way this country is going, and I think that the approval rating for the head jackass in office, I think that's a little askew. I wonder how many people that are Democrats that they asked, because I'm sure if they asked the Republicans of an equal number, I believe it would have been a little more less than the 51% or whatever that he's getting in approval. I'm sure the independents ain't real happy, but you know, when you have a media that is so biased, so dead set against what made this country great to begin with, you're just not going to get fair and balanced reporting. And you know, Fox used to be that way, but with the Rupert Murdoch's boys running the show, really
change in leadership,
what's going on there
it's a whole new game there. Yeah, there's still some conservative programming, but they've moved pretty quite a bit toward the left.
Yes. So, you know, it's getting harder and harder to believe anything anyone says unless they absolutely have documented proof that would back them up. Dan Bongino, I mean, that guy, he comes out and he's got his facts. He's got his ducks in a row, and you can't shoot him down because he has his facts. And that's why old Geraldo loses his damn mind every time.
Yep.
Because Geraldo deals with feelings, not facts. So, anyways, I'll just leave you with something that just irritates my mother-in-law, but it's good. It's good for all the kids out there. God. Kids, if you can't blow it, pick it. So, anyways, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of kids asking their parents, what did he mean by that?
Mm-hmm.
It just irritates my mother-in-law when I tell my nephews to do that. Oh, well. Other than that, I guess I'll just set off to the side and let someone else that has something more interesting to talk about, and I'm sure I'll decide to figure something out later. But, yeah, that'll be for the 6th hour, 7th hour, 8th hour later on tonight. So, Steve, you have yourself a wonderful evening.
Thank you, Heatwave. Good to hear from you. There you go. All right, what are we looking at? About 8 before the hour. Get to some other topics just ahead here. Got clear lines. It's 844-844-3388. Let's see. What else is buried in the infrastructure bill? A vehicle miles traveled tax. Yeah, it's a national test program that would allow the government to collect your data, the driver's data, in order to charge you a per mile travel fee. The new revenue, they say, would help finance the Highway Trust Fund, which right now depends mostly on fuel taxes to support roads and mass transit across the country. But of course, with the push, not only the push, but I think the directive, the mandate that was just signed by Biden last Friday. Executive order, mandating 50% of vehicles, all new vehicles sold by the year 2030 will be electric. There's not going to be nearly as much fuel tax coming in any longer. That trend has already begun. Give you more on that just ahead. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
So it says here, under the proposal, the government would collect information about the miles that drivers travel from smartphone apps, other onboard device, automakers, insurance companies, gas stations, or other means. Now, to start with, they say the initiative would be a test effort. The government would solicit volunteers who drive both commercial and passenger vehicles. But the whole idea still raises concerns about the government tracking people's private data. It's concerning to see the advancement of a plan that appears to depend on the government's mass surveillance of vehicles' location simply to function. Senator Ron Wyden of Oregon, a well-known critic of surveillance, favors a type of program that may periodically read mileage but not track drivers' locations. He's opposed to all approaches that lead to the persistent location tracking of people's vehicles. He supports creative pilot programs to find other solutions. We're talking about privacy issues. The bill would establish an advisory board to guide the program that would include officials representing state transportation departments and the trucking industry, as well as data security and consumer privacy experts. As the 4-year pilot initiative goes on, the transportation and treasury departments would also have to keep Congress informed of how they maintain the privacy of those volunteers participating in the per mile fee idea. All right, we already know the government's unable to keep data like this secure, which is just another reason why the government maintaining a giant database of travel information about people in this country is a bad idea. Yeah, the government's they've had their eyes on this for quite some time, looking for new ways for revenue for the Highway Trust Fund. That account has long lacked revenue to support federal spending on the highways, which has driven the Treasury Department to consistently have to transfer money. The situation's so dire right now that the Congressional Budget Office, or CBO, has projected that the Highway Trust Fund will be short nearly $200 billion between 2022 and 2031 if the current fuel taxes remain in place, while funding for highway and mass transit projects increase with the rate of inflation. I thought that's what this whole, quote, infrastructure bill was supposed to be addressing, those sort of things. All right, we'll get back at it here. Close things out for hour number 2 as we roll into a Tuesday morning, 10th day of August coming on. And we'll get a look at some of our travelers' weather coming up here. What's on your mind? It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The Senate is scheduled to vote on the $1.2 trillion bipartisan infrastructure bill early Tuesday morning after working through the weekend to try to move the measure through. Kansas Republican Senator Jerry Moran joined the group that negotiated the contents of the bill and voted to endorse the framework of the package, but says he cannot vote for the final measure. He explained that the bipartisan nature of the bill is trumped by a $3.5 trillion spending bill the Democrats plan to bring up following this measure.
I would say again that I'm open to those opportunities. I'm saddened by the fact that this did not reach an agreement that I can support, but I certainly indicate to my colleagues that I'm willing to work with Republican and Democratic members of the Senate to see that in other instances we can come together in a way that provides hope for the American people that we can work together and a better product than we were able to reach in this instance.
This is USA Radio News.
Here's the message Fox News doesn't want you to hear.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and I'm coming to you with the most important commercial that I've ever done. All of you know what MyPillow and myself have gone through in the last 5 months in my efforts to bring the truth forward. Well, it's all come down to this. I'm having a cyber symposium on August 10th, 11th, and 12th. This historical event will be live streamed 72 hours straight on my new platform, frankspeech.com. You can help by getting everybody you know to go to frankspeech.com now. To help support this Cyber Symposium event, I am offering some of the best prices ever on my pillow products, but they're only offered at frankspeech.com. Thank you and God bless.
When you go to frankspeech.com, use the promo code USA or call 1-800-951-8175.
As the Taliban conquered a 6th provincial capital in Afghanistan, the Pentagon reports that the situation hinges on Afghan civilian and military leadership to stop the terrorists. John Clemens reports.
Former Admiral John Kirby, now the Pentagon press secretary, said the fighting in the country is clearly not going in the right direction. Kirby said the U.S. believes the Afghan forces have the capability to make a big difference on the battlefield.
Whatever the outcome here, when we look back, we're going to be able to know, we're going to be able to say that it was driven by leadership, Afghan leadership, political and military leadership. That's what's vital here.
From the USA Radio News Texas Bureau, I'm John Clemens.
And the University of Minnesota says it will require all students and faculty to get COVID vaccinations once they're fully approved by the Food and Drug Administration. Those who do not get the shot will have to submit to regular COVID testing. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Bingo lovers, you have to try Bingo Treasure, the bingo game you play anywhere. Go to BingoRadioUSA.com from your smartphone, your tablet, or your computer and play Bingo Treasure for free. Play one card, play more. Work your way through the maze of bingo fun. Bingo Treasure is bingo at the next level. Go right now to BingoRadioUSA.com for your free account and free play. Join the bingo revolution. It's free at BingoRadioUSA.com. That's BingoRadioUSA.com.
Arizona Congressman Andy Biggs says he plans on filing articles of impeachment against Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. He made the announcement late last week, citing his department's handling of the migrant crisis at the southern border. Biggs tells Newsmax TV that he recognizes there's a small likelihood of removing Mayorkas from office with the GOP in the minority in the House, but that Democrats in border states may be persuaded to hold a hearing.
Well, the goal is to do two things. Number one, it needs to heighten the awareness of the crisis. This has gone beyond cataclysmic, quite frankly. And the left-stream media is ignoring it, and the administration is ignoring it. So we have to put pressure there. The second thing is there are Democrats who, whether they be in Texas, there's some in Texas that are really concerned about the border, and there are also others that are in swing districts. They have to weigh carefully, do they allow this to continue, or are they going to face the music? And so that's why this is going to go. And I think it's so important because if we get a hearing on this, I think Secretary Mayorkas cannot answer the questions that he needs to answer. There's no defense for the action they've taken. And so there is an outside chance that we could actually see an impeachment process go forward.
And the CDC is advising travelers to avoid France, Israel, and several other locations as COVID cases rise in those countries. France and Israel join Aruba, Iceland, Thailand, Eswatini, and the French Polynesia as the latest destinations move to the very high level, meaning they've had more than 500 cases per 100,000 residents in the last 28 days. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Memory serves, it's supposed to get underway at some point in time today. It is indeed the 10th day of August, right? Anybody intrigued? Now, of course, MyPillow guy, the MyPillow founder, Mike Lindell, who actually declared all-out war on Fox News for banning the ad that he wanted to run to promote the cyber symposium that starts today, that he says will unequivocally prove Trump won the election. The ad has been on over 5,000 radio and television stations around the country, so Lindell said, shame on Fox. I dropped them because they cannot be part of this cancel culture and tell me I can't run an ad. Now, Lindell says Fox is going to lose about $1 million per week without his MyPillow commercials. His company spent $50 million last year on ads with Fox News. He said that money's going to go to other networks and other media outlets. In that 1-minute ad that Fox refused to air, Lindell looks into the camera and says, "Hi, I'm Mike Lindell, and I'm coming to you with the most important commercial I've ever done. All of you know what my pillow and myself have gone through in the last 5 months in my efforts to bring the truth forward. Well, it's all come down to this. I'm having a cyber symposium August 10th, 11th, and 12th. This historic event will be live streamed 72 hours straight on my new platform, frankspeech.com. He then makes a pitch for MyPillow products, which he says are available at discount prices through frankspeech.com during this time, this 72 hours. Now, Newsmax and several other networks indeed did accept the ad. Now, the Fox News said in a statement that it does not endorse any advertisements that appear on the network and editorially has accepted the 2020 election results as legal and final. So what's he supposed to have here? We're talking Sioux Falls, South Dakota. Supposedly there's going to be 65 forensic experts who will challenge the official results. He said this is going to include a recreation of election night vote counting in real time so the viewers can better understand exactly what happened. Now, he made the invitation to politicians from all political parties to appear. He said House Speaker Nancy Pelosi turned him down, said there's a scheduling conflict. Well, you think Nancy Pelosi would show up anywhere? Now, he says he believes this ultimately will be a major news story around the world, and one that Fox is probably going to try to ignore. I don't think they'd cover a chess match right now. He went on to say, if we don't stop the cancel culture stuff now and take a stand on the 2020 election, it's over. There you go. So if it's a 72-hour thing, I guess technically it should be underway now. I'll have to go to Frank's speech and see if it's up and running. All right, let's get back to the calls at 844-844-3388. What's going on, Big Sexy?
Not much. That ad you just talked about just ran right here in your commercial break.
I thought I knew that they had been running it. I didn't catch it because I went out for a smoke. I knew it ran once last night, so interesting.
It ran right there in your commercial break, just like you said, word for word.
Okay.
What he said. Did you get that email I sent you a while ago?
Yes, I did.
That story appeared on our local TV station's website, where a judge ordered a guy to get COVID vaccine or violated probation.
And that's, that story's right out of, that's from Cincinnati. That's right. That's right. That's in the county I live in, Big Sexy.
Is it?
Yeah.
I knew it was up there close.
Yep.
Yeah. I didn't know if you got that email or not. When does our Saturday show start? This week?
I'll let you know. I'll give you plenty of advance notice.
I had to bring that up while you had Chris on the line there. I couldn't resist.
Uh-huh.
I figured you'd appreciate that.
Thank you. Thank you. What are friends for?
Yeah. Hey, let's I keep hearing about the 6th, 7th hours and all that. How does that work?
Oh, a bunch of these guys get on I guess like a chat line or whatever, and they just they chat about this and that.
Well, they ever see fit, they want to include me in. I'd be glad to participate if they ever see fit to do it. I'd love to talk to some of them,
Okay.
But that's up to them. If they want to do it, you can give them my number and they can include me. I'd be glad to. I keep hearing y'all talk about it, but other than that, I guess that's about all I got tonight. I want to make sure you saw that email I sent you.
All right, yeah, I've got that right before me. I took your number down here. We'll see if I can get you it's just like you got a phone number, like a PIN number, a code you have to enter.
All right. I appreciate that.
All right.
All right. Well, I'll back out of here and copy the mail then.
Have a good morning, Big Sexy, checking in. Yeah, the story he's talking about is right here in Hamilton County, Ohio, Cincinnati. Get the vaccine or violate probation. That's the ultimatum the judge in Hamilton County gave a man in court last week. Brandon Rutherford says he was thrown that curveball by Common Pleas Judge Christopher Wagner while he waited to be sentenced for drug-related charges. The judge wanted to know, was I vaccinated? And I told him no. And I told him I ain't planning to get the vaccine. Next thing you know, he told me like it was going to be court-ordered for me to get one. When he got to the probation officer, the order was printed on his form saying he has 2 months to get the vaccine. His attorney said this is the first time he's seen a probation requirement like this. Whether you have a good intention or not, you can't use the rule of law to order an individual to do something that's against their personal, philosophical, or religious reasons. And my client says he does not wish to be vaccinated. The local television, WXIX, went to the judge's chambers for comment. He wasn't there, but did issue a statement about the decision, which says, this defendant was in possession of fentanyl, which is deadlier than the vaccine and COVID-19. The defendant expressed no objection during the proceedings and stated no medical concerns, and his attorney did not object. We'll have to wait and see what happens now that the defendant is expressing opposition. The judge went on to say he might hold a hearing to see if Rutherford has good reason to not want the vaccine. When asked if a judge can order someone to get vaccinated, Lewis said it's unprecedented. It's going to be dropped, or it's going to be a boatload of litigation to say you have violated this young man's right, says his attorney. Now, according to Judge Wagner, judges make similar decisions regularly when it comes to a defendant's physical and mental health, such as ordering drug, alcohol, or mental health treatment. But maybe that would be a first, right? Is there legal standing? Is there legal grounds for a judge to order that? All right, looking at 16 past the hour. It is 844-3388. Who's next up here?
You got Gilligan. As usual, you're a straighter, can't understand me.
Go figure.
I even sang to it. It still don't understand me. Of course, maybe that may not have helped. Of course, I think me and Horse Feathers may need to do a Saturday night sing-along or something. What do you think?
Oh, that's...
Think that might go over good?
Sounds like a winner.
Steve, I have a few things to touch on. The mind's going blank. What's new? Well, what is this deal with this vaccine? I was in the dealership this morning, and this guy started into the vaccine bit. You're going to be forced, and all this winter crap, and I mean, it's like, you don't understand this issue. He started this, well, I got an MD, I'm a PhD, and all this. And I could tell the man was barely, he had a high school education. You could just tell. But where are you from anyway? I'm from West Virginia. Well, that explains a lot. You hillbillies are too damn stupid. And I just burst out laughing. I said, at least I'm not a stuck-up, dumb, indoctrinated DA, you know.
Wow.
It's like, if there was any question this man had the education level he did, obviously that proves beyond a shadow of a doubt he does. He doesn't, because someone with a doctorate like that would not say something like that. I was there looking. I was looking around the lot. It's something additions. Have you seen the price tags on these things? These half-ton, these 1,500 pickups.
They've 60 grand. Is that about right?
No, not even close. One was $83,000. The other one was $90,000.
Wow.
We're not even talking a diesel, 3/4 ton, or anything like half-ton pickup. This package alone is over $23,000. I mean, they're gorgeous looking, but absolutely outrageously nice. You know, I don't get it. Now, I heard you talk about the deal earlier with the group of parishioners. They was there, and Antifa attacked them. We shouldn't be at all surprised. They've been emboldened and all along. I mean, left has protected these people from the very beginning. And I hate to say it, I mean, to me, they're almost like the brown shirts of 1920s and 30s Europe. You know, they were, Hitler had his brown shirts. They just went around terrorizing people. Doesn't this sound familiar to you?
It does.
What do you think?
Yep.
And then everybody's favorite mayor, old Lily Lunatic Lightfoot, or whatever you want to call her out there. Did you hear her interview after that poor police officer was shot and killed? How she was praising the police and how and all that. Did you hear that interview?
So she's striking a new tone, right? You know what she say? The police are not. The police are not our enemy. And you know what's up? I'm thinking it's a little too late there, Lori.
Yeah, I missed something there, because hasn't she spent the last couple of years attacking the police
Right.
and how they are the problem? I don't get it. Well, I think I'll try to call you back in that final hour. You take care, and thanks for taking my call, Steve.
All right, if I
Hope everybody has the same thing.
Thank you much, Gilligan. If I understand correctly, I think they were saying this past morning that maybe she went to the hospital, maybe where the other officer is fighting for his life. You know, the female officer died. I think it was a routine traffic stop. Both officers shot, but other officers that are there at the hospital or whatever they're all turning their back on Mayor Lightfoot. I don't blame them, because they feel like she has turned their back on them. I shared the story last evening, as a matter of fact, from one of the recently retired officers, and they're retiring in droves from the Chicago Police Department, many of them retiring before they're even eligible for their pension, because they just can't take it anymore. They feel as though they do not have the support, the backing of the superintendent or Mayor Lightfoot. Too little, too late, Lori. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced System Shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Wason makes a beeline in Light Unlimited. 4 divisions log laps in the land of Lincoln. And there's always one more in Morley. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. 4 Grand National divisions took their annual 2-night tour of Illinois over the weekend, with the Western Illinois Grand Nationals invading the Brown County Fair in Mount Sterling on Friday, and the Marion County Grand Nationals filling the massive grandstand in Salem on Saturday. In Super Farm, Greg Fries took the reins of Deer Tracks and piloted it to his first win of the season on Friday. Fries would stay hot through a Saturday night second to climb over Salem's winner, Brooke Ferris's Assorted Nuts, and into third in the championship standings. With a second and a seventh, Brian Deck's Dream On continues to lead Ryan Anderson's Checkin' Out by 4 with 6 appearances remaining in the regular season, including 2 at Anderson's hometown of Hoopeston, Illinois over Labor Day weekend. In Pro Stock, Rob Russell and his Workhorse keep plowing through hooks and lead by 17 after a second and a sixth. But as with the Super Farms, Illinois brought 2 new winners forth among the 10,000-pounders. On Friday, the Mac Daddy of Julia Ray shone through to edge Russell by less than a foot. Then on Saturday, Kevin Schmucker steered the Get Her Done Deer into victory lane by 12 feet over Ray and her dad and Mac Trailer teammate Mike Connie's Mac Nasty. Connie is giving valiant chase to Russell, but will need to average more than 2 spots better than the Workhorse across the 8 hooks that remain. They'll next do battle this Saturday at the Henry County Fair in Napoleon, Ohio. In Superstock Diesel 4x4, Todd Dugan's recently dethroned Angry Farmer penetrating spray was back on top at the site of his first GN victory 2 years ago and briefly cut the standings lead of its teammate Angry Shine to 2. But Shine took second on Saturday while Spray struggled to fourth to redouble that gap. Justin Gearhart's cream of the crop sits 6 back after a second and third. And we welcome Brady Ingram to the family of event winners. He claimed his first in Salem, just 20 miles from his hometown of Farina, Illinois. And in twin-engine Light Unlimited, 2015's champion Keith Wason and his Super Bee cruised to victory by over 42 feet on Friday to effect a tie atop the standings with 2018 champ Steve Bollinger's Money Pit. Bollinger unknotted that tie on Saturday, however, by putting 20 feet on 2019 titleist Doug Theobald. Bollinger's lead is 2, with just Bowling Green to go. Well, that about wraps it up for the Grant. Wait a minute, what's this? Super Semis were in Morley, Michigan? As in the trucking capital of Michigan? At the Celebration on the Pond, presented by our good friends and loyal Overnight Report listeners, the Wolverine Pullers Association. Brian Ellithorpe's Nicky's Nightmare Kenworth was the big winner to conclude a full day of pulling. In so doing, Ellithorpe trimmed the advantage of division leader Ryan DeBrew and Playing with Fire down to just 4 points. Regional events in Coldwater and Berrien Springs, Michigan bookend the week this Wednesday and next Monday, while Napoleon, Ohio hosts our only Grand National of the week on Saturday. Norwalk, Wisconsin also goes off Saturday, and Zanesville, Ohio on Sunday in the run-up to the 54th edition reloaded of the National Tractor Pulling Championships in Bowling Green, Ohio next Thursday through Saturday, August 19th through the 21st. Visit polltown.com for event info, ntpapull.com for the schedule and results, and ntpa.tv to watch it live or on demand. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
right, there you go. The Overnight Drive NTPA update. All right, what's on the slate coming up, of course, later this week, obviously. Every Thursday, you're invited to join the Hot Shot Secret Live at 1:30 Eastern Time on the Hot Shot Secret Facebook and YouTube channels. Yeah, they talk about everything automotive. Each week, diesel experts, they answer your questions. Yeah, you keep you updated on what's happening around Hot Shot Secrets. And it looks like this Thursday's episode on August the 12th, we'll be talking how to prevent and fix engine blow-by. So there you go, this Thursday, 1:30 Eastern Time. And by the way, I shared the link on my Facebook page where you can register early for every week. They give away some prizes. You do not have to be listening to win a prize. But if you are listening, they'll toss in an extra bonus for whatever the prize package is. All right, this week's 5-star review for Hot Shot Secret there. It's the Hot Shot Secret Shift Restore. I used to call it the transmission stiction eliminator. I mean, Chris has told that story how he calls it what it is. But the marketers didn't like that. You need a new name. So, all right, they changed the transmission stiction eliminator to Shift Restore. Aldo says, I've got a 97 F-250 Power Stroke. It was shifting hard between first, second, and third gears. Replaced fluid, added Shift Restore, and the shifting improved. Happy with this product. Hot Shot Secrets Shift Restore. All right, one more tidbit. After last weekend, it was the Hot Shot Secret Whole Shot Diesel Series that was out in Colorado. I think it was a suburb of Denver. It's back-to-back weekends for the Hot Shot Secret Whole Shot Diesel Series this Friday and Saturday. It moves on to Texas. It's the Texas Truck Jam at Texas Motorplex in Enos, Texas. Kyle will be headed down to Texas here in a couple of days. Back-to-back weekends for the Hot Shot Secret Whole Shot Diesel Series. Wrapping things up in Colorado, this new diesel drag racing series heads down south to the great state of Texas. Texas Truck Jam. 2-day event, the largest truck event in all of Texas, and includes drag racing, dyno competition, show and shine, vendor midway. Drag racing on Friday includes Pro Limited and 8.0 index classes, followed by Cash Days heads-up style drag racing under the lights at 10 p.m. It gets underway with an old-school flashlight start for the Outlaw Run. Yeah, it's Run What You Brung. And they've also got the full-size street classes. Saturday brings out the Hot Shot Secret Whole Shot Diesel Series racers with all classes. Sportsman, 7.70 index, 670 index, 5.9 index, Pro Street. This event is as big as Texas, so you don't want to miss it. All right, so back-to-back weekends. Matter of fact, I believe Kyle said once he got things started this past weekend, he's got like 5 consecutive weeks out on the road. So Texas this time around, I think the next weekend is, that's the big NTPA event in Bowling Green, Ohio. Josh and Kyle will both be there for that event. We'll tell you more about that coming up here. Meanwhile, get back to your calls momentarily. Lines available on a Tuesday. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Texas House Democrats who had fled the state to stop a vote on an election reform bill have begun to return to Texas following a judge's restraining order temporarily blocking an order for their arrest. State Representative James Tallarico was the first of the group to announce that he'd return to Texas, tweeting that their efforts shined a national spotlight on the Texas law. Governor Greg Abbott had ordered the arrest of those lawmakers, once they had returned to the state, to return them to the state legislature. And the Pentagon says that it will require all U.S. military members to get vaccinated against COVID-19. In a memo Monday, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin said he would request approval from President Biden to enact a mandate that would require all personnel to get vaccinated by mid-September. The Department of Defense said that more than 60% of active duty troops are already fully vaccinated, with about 73% having received at least one dose. This is USA Radio News.
Do you have a home that you don't want anymore? We can buy it from you within 24 hours. Any home, size, or condition. For over 20 years, we've been buying homes for cash and helping homeowners sell their homes immediately, with no listings or strangers walking through your home. Are you moving? Did you lose your job? Going through a divorce? Whatever the reason, if you're in a bind and you know that you need to sell your house fast, call the expert team at I Need to Sell My House Fast. We'll make you a serious cash offer to buy your home in 24 hours and let you walk away from it. No listing, no waiting. Sell any home, any size, any condition, now. Call the expert team at I Need to Sell My House Fast. Make this free call now.
800-478-6084. 800-478-6084. 800-478-6084. That's 800-478-6084.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles per gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
There you go. That is the number to dial us up here on a Tuesday. Let me see. I did punch up frankspeech.com. And they got a countdown clock ticking. They've got some programming running now. I think that may be, Lindell had put out I think it was a 2-hour video talking to experts and whatnot several months ago. You may have seen that. I think that's what they're running currently. There's a countdown clock ticking, though, in the right-hand corner. 7-hour, countdown to symposium, the cyber symposium. 7 hours, 21 minutes. So what's that? Gets underway about was that 9 or 10 this morning? I'm not sure what time zone they're in, but yeah, right now they're going through the election results from the state of Ohio. Yeah, charts, grades. Probably I'm going to tune into some of this over the next couple of days. I'm quite curious. I mean, remember, he's got a $5 million bounty or reward for any cyber expert that can come in and prove that the information he's going to divulge is false. Now, that ain't chump change. $5 million. Hey, let's see here. What's going on, Horse Feathers?
Yeah, morning, Your Honor. Guess we're having another good show today. So, yeah, I was going to say, I heard that when you do that frankspeech.com thing there, and I guess he was saying that they got the best deals ever on his products. He said something about the code word is USA. So I guess if you missed that, punch in the USA if you're ordering products from there to get the best prices ever.
Okay.
Sounds like an incentive to me to go check that out. So, but anyways, talking to somebody there about they're looking at buying one of these new F-150s here. They got one they're kind of got an eye on. Must be one of the few that there is to have an eye on. What do you think is going to happen with all these vehicles that are waiting for these chips? What's going to happen to the model years? Or are they still going to consider them the model year now? What are they, the 2021s we're in? Or have they started making the 2022s? Or what do they have sitting all over these lots, like your Kentucky Speedway down there?
Good question. I mean, are they going to give super deals when they do finally get all the chips in?
Well, that's my question, is if all these vehicles are a model year behind what the current model year is, are they going to have, deep discounted prices, or are they possibly going to do what the Olympics did and just, we're going to skip a year, because even though it's 2021, we're calling the Olympics the 2020 Olympics. That, you know what I'm saying? Maybe are these auto manufacturers going to get the idea just to say, well, we're just going to have like an extended year or something like that, so they can still consider all these, the new current vehicles of the model year, production year. I didn't know if there's been any talk about it, anything out there been heard about it, what plans are, or as you say, maybe maybe they're just going to have the big deep discount sale and get rid of all the old ones so they can start again with, their new current model year. How all that might go, but anyways,
I'm looking at a story here from Motor Biscuit. It's from back in late May, and it says the semiconductor chip shortage has become the next in a long line of calamities from the COVID. There is now a large enough stockpile of unfinished 2021 Ford Super Duty pickup trucks parked outside the factory to be able to see them from space. That's a big lot of cars.
Yeah. So, and that's just Ford. So then you have GM, and then you got Dodge and Ram and whoever else after that, Cadillac. Of course, Cadillac, I guess, is GM. So, but now it just kind of, it kind of struck me as where all this might end up at if they ever get the chips. So, so if we figured out how we're going to make all these batteries for all these cars, these electric cars, where we're going to get all the lithium from to make the batteries, to have all these, half the production vehicles of the 2030 year to be electric and on batteries.
Isn't that why?
I guess it's not all batteries.
That's why China is so happy, right? We're gonna have to get all this crap from China.
Yeah. So anyway, so I had a discussion with the wife last night there at the dinner table because we're sitting there watching the leftist communist news there on the national broadcasting company, and they had this one reporter there. He'd taken his passport and he downloaded this app to get into Canada. You have to download an app. Remember how the truckers all had to have this fast thing go on, a fast pass or something? Their freight all had to be, pre-put into the whole system. Well, anyways, in order to get into Canada, you have to download an app. In that app, it requires you to say that you've had a vaccination, and you also have to test negative for COVID-19. So not only do you have to have the vaccination, you also have to have a negative test as well. He said he had all that. He got all his stuff together, and he was bebopping right through the border crossing, and he said he made it in 5 minutes, Steve. Now, this was on the news last night. They're showing him get across the border in 5 minutes. Well, weren't you just reporting stories that truck drivers and that were having troubles of, being there for multiple hours and long lines and everything because even though the whole situation was working on being resolved, that the border crossing people in Canada still weren't happy. So instead of asking 2 questions like, what country you were born in and, where are you going? Didn't they have a list of like 100 questions they were asking everybody to delay everybody to try to get across the border?
Yep, sure did.
So my wife's like, well, why didn't they report that? I'm like, well, why would they report that? Because it's not in their narrative. It's not in their agenda. The agenda and narrative was to say that if the border's wide open to go from the United States to Canada as long as you have the vaccination. She says, well, how did he get through? I said, you don't think that they can't stage that stuff? That when the news is out there reporting, when they stage stuff for the cameras, it's more of a Hollywood production than it is actual watching the news, unless you happen to be somewhere where, I don't know, maybe you're in Chicago and there's one of those drive-by shootings or something that might happen. I mean, that might be a live on the scene, spontaneous type news occurrence. Or maybe if one of those women reporters is at the zoo and a camel spits in her face or something, I mean, that might be a spontaneous, live on the scene reporting. But other than that, don't you think that most all the news, the way they report it and the way they show it, don't you think it's more of the Hollywood production and staged, and they show you exactly what they want you to see?
It's exactly what they do. Yeah, it's all pre-planned. Sure.
Yep. So I did bring up the CDL Life app, and I pulled out the pulled out the story there where the long lines of truck drivers and all that. And so I was able to convince her of what was happening, but she's like, well, why wouldn't they show that? The problem is, and it's like, they don't want you to see that. They don't want you to know that. They want you to see what they want you to see for their agenda at that moment. Anyways, I guess with that, I guess we'll let you go there, and maybe we'll see about. Oh, hey, I had one last thing there. Heard a thing last night, and I was thinking this might fit Knucklebuster be right up his alley there. The Mr. Bojangles from the Nitty Gritty Dirt Band. You think Knucklebuster could do Mr. Bojangles?
Oh no. Are you just?
Here's a challenge for him.
Who is it you're trying to make so mad? Who gets so PO'd when Knucklebuster starts singing? Who is that?
I can't remember at this minute, Steve. Maybe it'll come to me. I'll call you back with that.
All right.
I'll catch you a little later. Or 10 on the side.
Yeah, there you go. Have a good morning. It is 844-844-3388. Yeah, somebody sent me a link to this. It's a YouTube video. I guess these are somebody or this group that just goes into the inner cities, big cities all around the country. There's no audio. It's just video of what's going on, and they're driving around the streets in any particular afternoon. And this was the streets of Philadelphia. Kensington story. What's going on today? This was from last Wednesday, August the 4th, when it was filmed, and it is it's heart-wrenching. I mean, everywhere. I mean, just driving down the street, just everywhere you turn, these people that are strung out on heroin. I mean, just, because I guess when they're, what do they call it, nodding? Yeah, they're bent over, just hanging over, standing up, hanging on street signs and light poles, or just laid out on the streets. And hundreds and hundreds of people all over the streets. What's going on in our inner cities? I mean, and how can businesses, how can stores survive? It gives me shivers. All right, we'll get a quick break in here, back into plenty of room for you. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Okay, thanks so much for hanging out with us through the late night, early morning hours. Well, speaking of Pennsylvania, totally separate issue. I wonder if they'll be saying that, well, this is racist. Pennsylvania now requires individuals filing for unemployment compensation to prove their identity before receiving payments, in an effort to prevent fraudulent claims which have plagued the online unemployment system. Pennsylvania has hired a company known as ID.me, a Virginia-based company to authenticate users. Since last year, 2020, 27 states have hired this company, ID.me, for unemployment verification. We are now under contract with an additional 2 states, according to ID.me spokesperson. Our federal partners include the Department of Veterans Affairs and the Social Security Administration. Unemployment applicants in these states must submit to a new, more invasive level of vetting in order to receive payments. Apparently, the online authentication process begins with a request for permission to use details from the user's credit profile and other public scores. Soon after that, the system requires users to consent to ID.me collecting their social security number and biometric data. The user cannot continue the process or receive unemployment without consenting. The fine print explains that ID.me may collect facial biometrics and voice prints. Users upload an image of a driver's license or a passport and a current selfie image taken with their smartphone. In some cases, a video selfie is used. We use these images to create a facial geometry or face print, which we use for purposes of identity verification to prevent fraudulent creation of multiple accounts in a fraudulent manner. Users may also be required to call ID.me and leave a voice recording that's used to create a voice print. We use this voice print for identity verification and to prevent the creation of multiple ID.me accounts, again, in a fraudulent manner. Are you telling me people set up multiple accounts to receive unemployment? But nobody sets up multiple accounts to use for election day, do they? They wouldn't do that. All right, what do we see here? Hey, what's going on, Philip? Good morning.
Hey, Steve, the DEO down here in Florida has got that ID.me on them already. I don't think they're doing the facial recognition stuff yet, but I know the DEO has them down here in Florida. They had issues with people hacking into the system that they would change their password immediately after they log out. Somebody would come in and change the password, and they had that happen in a lot. So they've got a company like that doing it. I'm not sure if it's that one directly, but it's a company like that. Have you ever checked into that facial recognition before, Steve?
Honestly, I have not, no.
Well, I'll tell you this much. It's used a lot more than what people think. It's used daily where I work at. And you can smile when you're on the camera because They can take basically your fingerprint is your face now with facial recognition. It's crazy stuff. They can ID anybody where they're at any time.
Wow.
So you're Big Brother's looking at you anywhere you at when you go out. And these people that have these smart or Ring cameras and stuff like that, and the smart technology that's in their houses and with all this video stuff, and you want to put it in your house and everything, you might want to think before you put it inside your house, because you know what, you're going to be on that facial recognition can be done through those cameras, and a lot of people don't know that. They sell you those products to get you into, hey, we're going to keep you, safe. We're going to keep you safe, but in reality, they're using your face. They can use your facial recognition off of it.
So you think
people to think about?
Are they using that for like looking for people that may be like on a terror watch list kind of thing that may be there?
Absolutely. I mean, if your face is on anything that your identification. So when you go down and get your driver's license, your face is in there. Okay. Even when you apply for your Social Security and stuff like that, some of that stuff, they take your face, believe it or not, they take your picture. Anytime that you're in any kind of a picture ID, your face is in there. Why do you think they have mug shots? They use that facial recognition on that. All they have to see is the profile of your face. The computer has the technology to measure the diameter of between your eyes, your nose, your forehead, and everything, and they put that into the computer, and it finds you. It can find you. Steve, I'll just put it to you this way. If I called in sick today, which I'm not, and I decide I want to go play in the park, if you know what I mean, tomorrow, I'd probably be fired immediately. And you know who would fire me? It wouldn't be my boss. It would be a computer. Because the computer would take pictures and say, well, you were here at this location, you were at this location, and you were at this location on property, but you called in sick. So you see what I mean, Steve? And the computer sends a direct email to my boss. That's how it works. Now, that's just my situation in just a big company that I work for. And now, can you imagine that in a legal aspect, like, say, law enforcement? They have that ability, too. And you want to get down to it, you start getting in DOD, you start getting in the CIA, you start getting in these places. They can watch you anywhere you're at, man. They have the ability to see where you're at. You ever seen those cameras on the sides of the streets and all four corners of your intersection? You'll see the cameras. Have you seen that, Steve?
Yep, I've seen those. Absolutely.
Okay, so dig this out. Take your license plate off your car and go drive it down the street and go past one of those cameras. I guarantee you in about 10, 15 minutes, wherever you're going, you're going to get pulled over. At least that's the way it is down here in Florida. I'm not sure how it is in Ohio. I'm pretty sure in Cincinnati, they're everywhere. Okay? They have that technology down here in Florida. They caught a guy who robbed a bank 20 minutes after he robbed the bank, and he was driving in his car and had his regular clothes on and everything, and they're like, how did he get him? They got him on the cameras on the intersections. Everybody thinks those cameras are to pull you over when you run a red light. No, those cameras are there to check out people with problems, like, say, for instance, if they've got a car without a license plate, that's a red flag. You get a car with a license plate that doesn't belong on it, the computer can actually read a license plate number, and if that number doesn't match up to that vehicle, by recognition, it's the same kind of technology, recognition technology. Say you got a license plate that's supposed to be on a Honda and it's on a Cadillac, then it sends a red flag to the law enforcement, and the law enforcement can pick it up. And they can track it. They can track it through every intersection that has a camera. So, but everybody might want to watch out when you're on the camera. Hey, Steve, not change subject, but has Fred formed yet out there in the Caribbean?
You know what? I haven't said. The last update I saw had sustained winds of 35, so not quite to that 38 threshold.
I know when I checked it earlier, it was still cyclone number 6. But all I got to say is I hope Hispaniola helps the brother out, because I tell you what, man, that boy, unless it's moving fast, it could get ugly real quick, because it's pretty damn warm out there where it's at right now.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're listening, Hispaniola, help a brother out, man. We need some help over here. So, yeah, tear it up. Tear it all up. It seems like it's going the same pattern that the last one went. Remember, Steve? That it didn't hit us directly. It kind of went up and then came back over around the bend of Florida. But it seemed like the same pattern. Again, we're getting into that same pattern. But it's that time of year, and that's the way it rolls. So that's all I got to say, Steve. You have a good one, bud, and we'll catch you later.
All right, I'll see if I can pull up the latest update. I mean, typically, I don't know if it's not really if it's not a named system, I don't know if they do updates like they do for named storms, because, like every 2 hours you get an update, you get an intermittent update, then like the 4-hour updates and all that. Hey, we're going to get our news update as we hit the top of the hour, midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome into a Tuesday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Texas House Democrats who had fled the state to stop a vote on an election reform bill have begun to return to Texas, following a judge's restraining order temporarily blocking an order for their arrest. State Representative James Tallarico was the first of the group to announce that he'd return to Texas, tweeting that their efforts shined a national spotlight on the Texas law. Governor Greg Abbott had ordered the arrest of those lawmakers, once they had returned to the state, to return them to the state legislature. And the Pentagon says that it will require all U.S. military members to get vaccinated against COVID-19. In a memo Monday, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin said he would request approval from President Biden to enact a mandate that would require all personnel to get vaccinated by mid-September. The Department of Defense said that more than 60% of active duty troops are already fully vaccinated, with about 73% having received at least one dose. This is USA Radio News.
Here's the message Fox News doesn't want you to hear.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and I'm coming to you with the most important commercial that I've ever done. All of you know what MyPillow and myself have gone through in the last 5 months in my efforts to bring the truth forward. Well, it's all come down to this. I'm having a cyber symposium on August 10th, 11th, and 12th. This historical event will be live streamed 72 hours straight on my new platform, frankspeech.com. You can help by getting everybody you know to go to frankspeech.com now. To help support this Cyber Symposium event, I am offering some of the best prices ever on my pillow products, but they're only offered at frankspeech.com. Thank you and God bless.
When you go to frankspeech.com, use the promo code USA or call 1-800-951-8175.
There are worries that an influx of illegal migrants being released into the U.S. are worsening a surge in COVID-19 cases. Tim Berg has more.
As the surge of illegal immigrants at the southern border continues, local officials are concerned they're spreading COVID-19 to border communities. Border Patrol Union Vice President Chris Cabrera joins Fox News and says many illegal immigrants are leaving their facilities and don't know if they have COVID.
As far as Border Patrol goes, it's very rare we test anyone. The only time somebody gets tested in our custody is if they're showing signs and symptoms or they have some other medical emergency. So very few get tested in Border Patrol custody.
Cabrera adding that Health and Human Services does test some illegal immigrants.
And Texas Governor Greg Abbott has asked hospitals in his state to forego elective surgeries to open more capacity for COVID-19 patients. He's also ordering the State Division of Emergency Management to open more antibody infusion centers to treat COVID patients whose cases do not require hospitalization. This is USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis said Monday that the salaries of superintendents and school board members who violate the state's ban on mask mandates in school districts could be withheld. In a statement, the governor described the penalty as a consequence for noncompliance. DeSantis signed an executive order last month directing the state's education department to draft rules preventing the implementation of school mask mandates. 2 lawsuits against the ban have already been filed by parents in the state. The fight coming as kids prepare to go back to the classroom amid an increase of COVID cases in those 12 and under who are unable to get vaccinated. Dr. Ashish Shah says there are plenty of known ways to make the schools safe. The dean of Brown University's School of Public Health tells CNN that those methods also include better testing and ventilation in classrooms.
The good news is we know how to get kids back into school safely full time. We know how to do it safely for teachers, for parents, for staff. And it includes many of the things you mentioned, Pamela. So it means vaccinations for everybody. It means good ventilation. It means testing. We have lots of testing capability now. And it does include, especially in high transmission areas, mask wearing. And what I would say to parents is, first of all, if you're in a high transmission area, certainly make sure your kids are masked up, but push for those policies because they're all readily available. We have the resources and they can make schools really quite exquisitely safe.
And the White House is levying new sanctions against allies of Belarusian President Alexander Lukashenko on the 1-year anniversary of his disputed re-election. The Treasury Department announced sanctions Monday against 23 people and 21 entities that are linked to the regime and the violent crackdown on protesters following last year's elections. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All righty, plenty of room for you. Lines available at 844-3388 here on a Tuesday morning. I think it was Brenda that sent me, she said this story's being kept quiet. I think I saw a headline via Newsmax yesterday. The link she sent me was from CBS News. Yeah, I don't know. It says the Biden administration is ramping up deportations and prosecutions of migrants crossing the southern border illegally amid a 21-year high in migrant arrests and concerns about the rapid spread of COVID, the Delta variant. U.S. authorities, it says, are now flying Central American migrants deep into the Mexican interior using a Trump-era public health order that was extended indefinitely last week, according to the Department of Homeland Security, who said the expulsions are meant to curb repeat border crossings and the spread of COVID. The Biden administration has also restarted what they call expedited removal flights for some migrants who cannot be expelled to Mexico under the public health authority known as Title 42. Since the end of July, the U.S. has carried out 6 expedited removal flights to Central America, deporting 242 migrant parents and children under that procedure, according to the Department of Homeland Security. Migrant adults who try to cross the southern border again after being deported could be referred for criminal prosecution under another initiative designed to reduce the high recidivism rate among border crossers, particularly Mexican men. All right, we're trying to discourage this irregular migration. All right, so the number, 242 have been sent back. You know, the number in, I believe it is just McAllen, Texas, so far in the month of August, is averaging 1,900 coming in every day. If that's going to be the pace of sending them back, yeah, that leaves a lot to be desired. Nearly 7,000 who tested positive for COVID have passed through a Texas city that has become the epicenter. More than 1,500, according to officials. The shocking revelation tucked into a statement from the city of McAllen announcing the construction of a temporary emergency shelters to help this city of 140,000 people cope with the flow that is overwhelming the existing facilities. Asylum claimants who arrive are processed. Now it says they are given a COVID test before being sent to a facility called the Humanitarian Respite Center, run by the local chapter of Catholic Charities. Immigrants stay for an average of 24 hours while they make arrangements to travel elsewhere. However, the city said, in the last several weeks, due to the shockingly large number of immigrants released by Customs and Border Protection, the respite center is overwhelmed. The respite center admitted an average of 750 people per day at the beginning of July. That number over the course of a month has escalated to over 1,100 per day. And so far in August, it is over 1,900 per day. The respite center has capacity for 1,236 occupants and will not allow more than its maximum occupancy at any given time. So if you've got a capacity for 1,200 and you've got 1,900 per day coming in, essentially you've got to be turning over 1,900 a day. The statement concluded by describing the situation as a crisis that the city of McAllen did not create and has proactively tried to avoid for 7 years. There ain't enough seats on the buses leaving this damn town. Officials in McAllen and Hidalgo County have declared a local state of disaster due to the rising number of COVID cases. See, now you've got Greg Abbott that's kind of pointing out this is what is leading to this incredible surge in hospitalizations in the state of Texas. There you go. See, when they come out with the numbers of new infections and hospitalizations, they don't point out whether it's longtime residents of Texas or this surge of illegals coming in. I mean, we're talking McAllen, Texas alone. If you're 1,900 a day. All right, look at it, 16 past the hour. Let's get back to the calls here. What's going on with the Knuckle Buster? Good morning.
Morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. Well, if I've offended anybody with my off-key shower singing, I do apologize. It won't happen no more. Y'all have a great day.
Oh, Lordy. Is that all he had to say? Oh, they were just kidding, Let's see. Hillbilly, what's going on this morning?
Hey, Steve, I'm much obliged for you taking my telephone call this morning.
It's Hillbilly Tex. Hey, Tex.
Yes, sir. Hello?
Yeah, how we doing, Tex?
I'm doing okie dokie. Look at here. I appreciate all my brother and sister truckers out there. sending me stuff on the Facebook of friends requesting. I sure do appreciate it. And I want to give a big tip of the hat to old Gilligan there. He contacted me via the email, and so he's got my telephone number, and you got my telephone number, so anybody wants to hoot at me, just give me a shout. And hey, I can work that text message pretty good. I still ain't got that you Facebook figured out too much yet. But anyway, I just want to give a big shout out to y'all. I appreciate you taking my call, Steve.
Well, good to have you tuned in there, Hillbilly Tex. Have a good morning.
You too.
All right, Hillbilly Tex. Where is he in? He's Tennessee, right? The great state of Tennessee. Okay, looking at 18 past the hour. Come on, Knucklebuster, we need a serenade here. It is 844-844-3388. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com. From the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Some of our other listening in friends checking in this morning. Dave. Hello, Dave. Or shall we say... See Scott checking in, long-time listener, but I've never called in because I'm a chicken. I'm like that is Mr. Big B. Morning, Mr. Big B. Give us a ring sometime. Mr. Q is listening in this morning. Buster Brown says, morning, Steve, and all of our drivers for the USA. It is past time. This past evening, Hannity had a segment on his program describing how they're using the border or no border to make us stay sick in this country with the ultimatum. The ultimate objective is to keep our mail-in voting for the elections in 2022 and even 2024. Due to the surge in COVID, we're gonna go back to that same narrative we had for the 2020 election. I full well believe that is correct, Buster. Yeah, that the states are going to be doing the same old mandating the mass mail-out ballots because people can't be coming together on Election Day, right? And he said, we need rallies in this country to be protesting these open borders right now. I believe you're right. Let's see. JS checking in. Morning from St. Louis. Tina checking in. Hello, brother-in-law. You're doing a great job. Well, what are you doing up this hour of the morning? Must be an off day. Or maybe she's just getting home from work. I don't know. Good morning, Tina. Mama's snoozing. Billy says, morning, Mr. Steve. Sommers, 70 degrees here in Beulahville, North Carolina. All right, the whole Delta variant thing, yeah. The latest this past day. Pediatrician warns this is not your grandfather's COVID. What is being dubbed as the Delta disaster. Experts say the disturbing uptick in cases is due to easing restrictions, low vaccination rates, and the Delta variant. The sad news is that while cases are rising, many more children, they say, are being sickened by the virus. According to the Daily Mail, children's hospitals in Alabama, Arkansas, Louisiana, Florida have reported more under the age of 18-year-olds stricken with COVID-related conditions in their care than at any previous point in the pandemic. Most are suffering from pneumonia and multi-inflammatory syndrome. Children with COVID used to account for 1% of hospitalized patients at the Children's Hospital in New Orleans. Children now make up 20%, according to Dr. Mark Klein. The physician said that about half the kids hospitalized are under the age of 2, and most of the others are between 5 and 10 years old, too young to be vaccinated. This is not your grandfather's COVID. The Delta variant is an entirely new, unexpected challenge. Dr. Peter Hotz, Dean of the National School of Tropical Medicine, says the Delta variant is picking off young people like we've never seen. He paints a grim picture of what could happen when schools open, which that process is beginning already in some states around the country. You should assume we're going to see pediatric intensive care units all across the South overwhelmed. Even the possibility of small tent cities of sick adolescents, he says. CDC says only 58% of Americans over the age of 12 are fully vaccinated. In order to stem the tide of the Delta disaster when schools open, he suggests a 5-point strategy. Vaccinate everyone who's able to get vaccinated. Update the ventilation in schools. Test for COVID in schools. Mandate masks in schools. And avoid supercrowded events like school assemblies. Parents need to know the Delta is something different. If your adolescent is unvaccinated, you should assume there's a high likelihood that that child is going to get it. And we've gotten around the long COVID discussion when it comes to young people. And we don't even know what's around the corner there, what that means for their long-term cognitive care It just gets better with each passing day, doesn't it? All right. Oh, okay. So Tina said, yeah, she's actually working as we speak, doing the overnight shift, huh? Gary said, Steve, they're making this crap up. I mean, you can't make up hospitalizations. I mean, the numbers from the hospitals, I mean, yeah, the Delta is real. And I'll share. We've got, we both of our grandsons stayed with the princess and myself night before last, or maybe it was last night. Yeah, because Rowan was fine when he went to bed, got up this past morning, and by midday he wasn't feeling real well. He laid down, and by this past evening he had a fever of like 102. Obviously, yeah, we're going to be, well, my daughter's going to be taking him in to have him tested this morning for COVID. We're hoping and praying it's not. He's 10 years old. So could be. Do you ever think there'd be a time when you'd be saying, I hope it's something like strep throat or something? Right? No. Yeah, it used to be the thing is, oh no, strep throat, it's so contagious and all. So we'll let you know. Greetings from Kingston, Georgia, USA. Hello, Hired Gun. Good to have you with us. Hit that thumbs up as you join the program. Yep, good to have you all with us. All right, let me jump on over here. I'll tell you what, I'm looking at the clock. We're just about a minute before news break, so I'll hold off on getting back to the calls. And we were talking about, Philip talking about the facial recognition and tracking you everywhere you go. I had a story from a week or two ago, and I hung on to that. And it was saying that phone apps could be tracking your data even when you don't use them. And it says Facebook Messenger is among the worst offenders, according to experts. As the public becomes more concerned about the information they unknowingly share with big tech companies, privacy specialists are encouraging people to think about what you could be giving away before you download an app. Now, we've got the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive app, and we're not tracking anything. Only thing we track is the number of listeners, and it does know what country they're listening in from. I could flip over and typically we have a couple listeners down in Puerto Rico almost every night. And then you typically have Sylvester there in Australia. Yeah, right now we got one Puerto Rico, handful of Canadians. Apparently Sylvester's not listening in at this hour because not in Australia, but yeah, that's what we're tracking. He advises Facebook Messenger can use all sorts of data from users that you're not aware of, if what they call permissions about what they're allowed to access is not downgraded. I guess that means when you download the app or whatever, the Facebook Messenger app, everything's pretty much wide open. You have to go in and tell it, I don't want you watching this. I don't want you tracking that. Companies like Google and Facebook are trying to hide what they do with the data and make it sound positive, he says. They include language that sounds like they protect privacy, although they really don't. They're tracking everything from interactions to what other apps you're using, location, movement. Citing the upcoming rollout of Google's privacy sandbox as an example, the tech giant says this initiative will create web technologies that both protect people's privacy online and give companies and developers the tools to build thriving digital businesses to keep the web open and accessible to everyone. This expert claims that Sandbox will still allow Google to learn everything about users from their data on their devices. He referenced Facebook-owned WhatsApp. as another example of an app that's offering up small features they claim improve privacy, but he argues they really don't. All right, with that, we are news break time. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Texas House Democrats who had fled the state to stop a vote on an election reform bill have begun to return to Texas, following a judge's restraining order temporarily blocking an order for their arrest. State Representative James Tallarico was the first of the group to announce that he'd return to Texas, tweeting that their efforts shined a national spotlight on the Texas law. Governor Greg Abbott had ordered the arrest of those lawmakers, once they had returned to the state, to return them to the state legislature. And the Pentagon says that it will require all U.S. military members to get vaccinated against COVID-19. In a memo Monday, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin said he would request approval from President Biden to enact a mandate that would require all personnel to get vaccinated by mid-September. The Department of Defense said that more than 60% of active duty troops are already fully vaccinated, with about 73% having received at least one dose. This is USA Radio News.
Do you have a home that you don't want anymore? We can buy it from you within 24 hours. Any home, size, or condition. For over 20 years, we've been buying homes for cash and helping homeowners sell their homes immediately, with no listings or strangers walking through your home. Are you moving? Did you lose your job? Going through a divorce? Whatever the reason, if you're in a bind and you know that you need to sell your house fast, call the expert team at I Need to Sell My House Fast. We'll make you a serious cash offer to buy your home in 24 hours and let you walk away from it. No listing, no waiting. Sell any home, any size, any condition, now. Call the expert team at I Need to Sell My House Fast. Make this free call now.
800-478-6084. 800-478-6084. 800-478-6084. That's 800-478-6084.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
There we go. Where we leave off there? Let's get right back to the phones. Who's next up here? Who needs a nice knuckle sandwich?
What's going on, my man?
That old boy, I saw you. Lucky thing you only hit him once, huh?
Do what?
Lucky thing you only hit him one time. He looked like he was in pretty bad shape.
No, I didn't see him. What did you say?
No, somebody sent me a picture. Was that you that sent me that? It says, poor guys. Billy sent me the picture. I guess that's his mugshot from the jail or something.
Oh, yeah. I'll check it out. I didn't see it.
Okay, yeah, it's got his August 8th, 2021. He's got his face is all bandaged up.
Yeah, well, play stupid games, win stupid prizes.
Yeah, you do. Sure enough.
Well, you know, since we witnessed the death of free America as we know it, and the rest of us are just standing by here waiting on the funeral, I'm going to talk about a serious topic tonight.
Okay.
We're going to stay off of this COVID and Democrats and all of this stuff tonight. I want to know who has got the unmitigated gall to pick on my buddy Knucklebuster's radio singing. I tell you what, that's one of the things I look forward to when he calls in, him chiming off a line or two of one of them songs.
You're right. Bringing back all the old memories, huh?
Yeah, I'm going to try to get him to do some Sam Cooke, another Saturday night or one of them, And I tell you what, Knucklebuster, you go ahead and sing, bud. Just go get on there and belt us out a line or two every time you call. And anybody got anything to say about it, well, they can just go before the committee. Because my vote is, leave that man the hell alone, let him do whatever he wants to do, because there's a bunch of us out here that gets tickled at it. We get a kick out of his call. I mean, he comes out with some of that stuff that I hadn't thought about in 30 years, so
yeah.
I say go for it. Yeah, but I'm running late. I overslept, so I'm over here trotting through the rolling fields of the fine Hoosier state here, and dodging Bambis and watching falling stars at the moment. I've seen about 3 of them tonight.
Have you?
They
Okay.
said there's probably see a few of them tonight.
Yeah, the peak's supposed to be Wednesday night, Thursday morning. I every time I step out for a break, I look up, and I think there's too much light pollution around me, so.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, there's one thing they ain't over here is light pollution. Yeah, this place over here, it's about 99.995% cornfield, and there may be a 1 or 2 house, but they blow the light out at night to save on kerosene.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But anyway, y'all keep it twisted, spotted, and the solid, sunny side up, and all that jazz, and leave Knucklebuster the hell alone. And Knucklebuster, call back in here in this loneliest hour and chime one off. Get us a little Sam Cooke or some Farron Young or something. Anyway, that's all my baloney. I'm out.
Long as he don't attempt a web pierce, I'm okay. That's right. My old favorite, Webb Pierce. Let's see. What's going on, Vic?
Hey, good morning, Steve. That was that big moose there talking about blowing the kerosene out?
Yes.
He might be more accurate than he realizes if he's rolling through one of the several Amish or Mennonite communities that we have here in this state. But to get to before I forget it, I listen to the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation Health News because it seems like it's a little bit more informative than the American news about COVID.
Mm-hmm.
And this, they were saying on CBC that this Delta variant, what makes it so deadly is that it multiplies a lot more rapidly than all the other, the original COVID. And it pretty well overwhelms the immune system. And, young children, they don't have their immune system fully developed anyway. So that's why it's starting to hit the kids. And then I seen a blurb somewhere on one of the TVs, something about that a lot of Chinese officials were actually executed for letting this Delta variant get out. So I really haven't followed up on that. I don't know what that whole story is about. But what I really called in about was police defunding. And my wife's commenting today about some of the people that were on there talking about, the police were talking about, that if they get defunded, a lot of like the child protective services and things we never see, that they're going to have to give up on that. And I didn't know, Happy, I guess he's in the police and law enforcement are still active. And I know your son is. And I don't know, I was just kind of curious if you've ever heard anybody talking about all the other services beyond just the patrol that might have to go by the wayside if the police are defunded. So that was really about all I just wanted to bring up tonight, Steve, is I'm just kind of curious, how many police services are we going to lose? And you were mentioning the people all strung out on drugs and the whole thing with the heroin deal and fentanyl and all that. So, just exactly how many services that people don't even realize that's going on each and every day could we possibly lose if they continue with this police defunding thing? And so that's all I had today, Steve.
Thank you for checking in this morning, Vic. Be safe. All right, well, let me see here. It's 844-3388. Who's next up? Well, hello, Heatwave.
Well, thank you very much for taking me back there, Senor Steve. Still got me, or did I lose you?
We got you. Take two. What's going on?
I was when I was leaving Edgewood earlier this evening, I noticed in the Albuquerque Journal two things. One of them is that those Taliban have taken over a very large strategic area in Afghanistan.
Yep.
And, we all knew this was going to happen because the Afghan men that are trying to fight, or I don't know if they're trying to fight, but I mean, they're the frontline defense. They just don't have the pair that they need to do what they've got to do. They were so dependent upon the American to do it. Now that the American ain't there, they just, I don't know, they just threw down their guns and cried because they wanted someone else to die for their freedoms. I tell you what, the women over there, they might as well go ahead and pick up the gun and take the war to the Taliban, because the women folk out there have a lot more to lose under Sharia law than what the men do.
Yep.
So, I don't know. And, every 28 days there's this great upheaval of women that are all irritated. So, just have to go in droves. Yeah, so. But, I noticed that. And, you knew that was going to happen just as soon as Trump said, I want to pull these people out, and Biden said, we're going to do it now. You knew that was going to happen. So, Another thing in the Albuquerque Journal said Albuquerque has surpassed. They broke the record for the most homicides in a year. And, well, wouldn't you know it, we still have all these months to go. So I wonder just how many people the Albuquerqueans are going to kill off because they didn't like the way they looked, gang-related, drug-related, whatever. The mayor, Tim Keller, gets up there and says, hey, we're in pretty good shape. Really? Well, I don't know, if we're getting rid of the right people up there right now, but seems like to me, even though Albuquerque is much smaller than Chicago, there ain't a day that goes by that someone ain't getting shot or getting killed by being shot. So I'm glad I live far enough away from the BS that it doesn't affect me much where I live, but it's close enough that in case if the BS hits the fan, I can take the wife to the hospitals or whatever else we have out there.
Mm-hmm.
So, as far as Knucklebuster goes, please get back on and sing a song, because I enjoy having bleeding ears, bleeding eyes, and a bleeding nose. Yes, I got plenty of tissue paper here. We're good to go. Come on there, Marine. Let's open up. So anyways, those were the things that I knew I had something else to talk about, but I just got flustered there for a minute because I'm driving a rental truck, and it's one of Moose's favorite kinds. It's a Volvo, and it's a Penske. It's a rental from Dallas. Why we got it up here in Albuquerque, I do not know. But I tell you what, this thing is about useless. It's only got one working cigarette lighter, and that's up front on the console above our heads. I sleep with a CPAP machine. He said the ones in the back don't work. It's like, man, that's really going to affect us. The headlights on this beast, hell, I can go by a sign and get a better view of the sign with the amber lights on the front. It just, I don't want to be rude, but it sucks. So, Dallas Penske, I've got one thing to say to y'all. Fix y'all's trucks. If the truck comes in and you can plainly see that the headlights are just not that damn good, fix it. Buff it out. Do something. My God. I've driven poorly maintained trucks, not because I wanted to, but this one here, my goodness gracious, it pulls to the right, and it's like a teeter-totter from the right side to the left side. I don't know if this truck's been in an accident or what, but for our company to rent one of these beasts, because it has the axle and a half, and what I mean by that is it has both drive axles, but the back axle only has 2 tires instead of the 4. It's not. They just took the 2 outside tires off, because if we turn these with these small trailers, we're going to for sure hit the landing gear, and they got the mud flaps taken off. And it's because we've getting these trailers where our single axles can't pull it, because our single axle drive tractors are limited to 20,000 pounds. So all I can tell the company is, look, if you're going to be getting these rentals set up like this, the least you can do is go ahead and get trucks for the company that are maintained by the company, and let's have some dual axle trucks like this here and get away from these single axle sleepers. You stand up in one of those things, you got to bend your head over because it's a mid roof. And if you're a big guy like me, your stomach is already hitting the curtain, and your feet are already underneath the curtain in the driving area. So I guess the only good thing we could say about this beast is at least there's room in the back to move around, and it does do 70.
Mm-hmm.
But other than that, they can keep it. They can keep it. So, yeah. Other than that, I sure hope your grandson is going to be all right. Maybe it's just one of them other illnesses that is floating around. But yeah, heaven forbid if it be the COVID.
Yep, you're telling me.
I've got your family and you in prayers right now. So good luck with that, and we'll be anxiously listening for the results of your grandson there. Well, with that, Senor, I will let you go, and I will holler at y'all tomorrow with something.
All right.
It'll be a lot better than what it is today.
Thank you for checking in, Heatwave. There you go. All right. About 7 before the hour. He mentioned, yes, Afghanistan, as the pullout has been taking place, and yeah, we're out of there. It's just like one town after another is just being overrun by the Taliban. And apparently, even though the Taliban are outnumbered like 3-1, the Afghan fighting force is just like just dropping their weapons and running. The headline kind of says, we almost leave Afghanistan the same way that we went into Afghanistan, as in the United States was sending B-52 bombers, AC-130 gunships, and fighter jets into Afghanistan over the weekend to turn back some of the dramatic advances by the Taliban. B-52 Stratofortress bombers, the mainstay of American strategic air power since 1952, were flying into Afghanistan out of Qatar. According to the Times of London, the nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, the USS Ronald Reagan, stationed in the Arabian Sea, is contributing their FA-18 Super Hornet fighter jets to the mission, but they're not involved in the bombing, according to the report. Lockheed's AC-130 Spectre attack planes, the world's deadliest gunship, have also been sent into action. The onslaught of American air power as the Taliban makes territorial gains throughout the country of Afghanistan in the wake of our near total departure of U.S. forces. The city of Zaranj, a southwest province bordering Iran, was overrun by the Taliban last Friday, making it the first provincial capital to fall since American troops began their withdrawal. Meanwhile, in the capital of Kabul, the government's chief media officer was assassinated. The deteriorating security situation forcing the U.S. Embassy last Saturday to urge American citizens get out immediately. All right, the defense sources insist that there was every intention to continue with the airstrikes after August 31st. That's the date that was set for total withdrawal. But I guess they're beefing things up for the time being. Dropping a lot of bombs. I don't know how much good it's doing, but yeah, after all those years of fighting, taking back one city after another from the Taliban's control, they pretty much just sat back, waited, and there we go again. All right, let me jump back up to, yes, horse feathers, take 2.
There you go, Your Honor. Yeah, Horse Feathers here, long-time caller, first-time listener. Knuckleball, you're my number one singer here to sing along with Horse Feathers when we get the 5 hours for Horse Feathers there for the fill-in and Saturday programs there. So, yeah, we definitely have the Knuckle Buster on board there. I was trying to feed you some songs. But don't worry, there's not only is there people that might not like hearing you sing, but I'll guarantee I'm sure Steve gets emails every night there to people that don't want to hear horse feathers or even 5 hours of horse feathers there, right? So I don't know what the email list is. Even up there, Mount Gilead? What? How are we saying it now, Steve?
It's Mount Gilead.
I want to make sure that first.
Mount Gilead. Gilead.
Because I got somebody I'm offending by the way I say that. So, anyways, but yeah, well, that's all there. But yeah, sing in there. Get singing in there, Knuckle Buster there, because I was really looking forward to hearing the Nitty Gritty Dirt Band there. You know, little Mr. Bojangles this morning there. Moose needs something to get his mojo going there because he's running behind. You said he was going to be going at 0-200. I asked there at 0-3, and nobody heard from him. So I don't know how far behind he is, but the corn stalks are definite problems there with the ratio going through. Can you check on that? Is there a possibility that you might be able to see a deratio going there from Ohio into Indiana heading towards Iowa? I don't know, maybe. But hey, as far as the Afghanistan military goes there, what do you think the possibility is that there might have been some sleeper cells or sleeper agents, or maybe the whole Afghanistani army there maybe is infiltrated by the Taliban and Al-Qaeda and what was those other ones? Oh, ISIS. Do you think any of those people might have been posing as, yeah, well, we'll help the United States and pretend to be the Afghan army, but meanwhile we'll just wait them out until they leave, and then we'll just take all these weapons that the United States has decided to give us, and we'll just take them with us, and just become this other army here. We'll go that way from now on.
Yep,
what do you think the possibility of that is? So I don't think that as much as you see them dropping their guns and running like little schoolgirls is. I think that was all pre-planned there. I'm thinking they already had a whole agenda set up and knew what was going to come down. So, but as Heatwave says, the women and children of that country should be scared. And if they do see any of those Afghanis dropping their guns and running like little schoolgirls, they should go out there and pick it up because they might need them to protect themselves here in a little bit.
Yep.
But anyway, so the one last thing here, you mentioned, down in Texas, the amount of the virus there that might be brought in by the illegals and that are coming across the border and infiltrating into Texas and causing the numbers to go up there. And a little bit later, you reported on the number of children being, hospitalized. Now, is there any breakdown in those numbers? Is it United States children, legal U.S. citizen children that are in all these hospital situations? Or could it possibly be any of these illegals being spread all through the countryside?
Yeah, good possibility. I don't think they break anything down by whether anyone's here legally or not.
Yeah, well, those are the numbers I want to see. When you tell me the numbers, you got to tell me all the numbers, right? Because at this point, we don't even know how many have been spread through the countryside here and there on all the buses and planes and flights that have left the southern border and gone all across the countryside for everybody waiting for asylum, their asylum hearing. So, but I'm just wondering how many are those before you start spreading all those other numbers around. And I'm not doubting that the numbers are actually true. Like you say, the hospitalization numbers aren't. I believe those numbers are probably pretty close to accurate. But I just want to know who they are, who the people in the hospitals are that are filling those beds. That's what I want to know. So, anyways, hey, I see 4:00 on my clock.
All right.
Better get the news.
That is the time. We have got a final hour just ahead. And jump on board at 844-3388. Yeah, let me see. Yeah, we've got wide open lines. Several calls just dropped off. We don't have to do that 4 o'clock reset thing anymore, so yeah, dial us back up at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The CDC is advising travelers to avoid France, Israel, and several other countries as COVID cases rise in those destinations. France and Israel join Aruba, Iceland, Thailand, Eswatini, and French Polynesia as the latest destinations moved to the very high level, meaning they've had more than 500 cases per 100,000 residents in the last 28 days. The CDC added another 16 destinations to the very high-risk category last week, including Greece and Ireland. And a federal judge says that she doubts the legality of the White House's latest eviction moratorium, but may not have the power to change it. U.S. District Judge Dabney Friedrich made the comments in the case of a group of Alabama landlords seeking an injunction against the CDC's moratorium on evictions in counties with high or substantial transmission of COVID. Judge Friedrich had declared in May that the CDC did not have the authority to order a pause on evictions. She said she would issue a ruling on the latest moratorium soon. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Wayne Alaroot. John and Chelsea Jubilee with Energized Health are regular guests on my show, sharing their breakthrough science of intercellular hydration. The results? People lose fat fast while still eating many of the foods they love. You can too. Plus, supercharge your energy and boost your immune system. You'll look and feel years younger. It's simple and natural without painful exercise. How do I know? Because I've only been on the program for a few short months, and I've already lost 25 pounds of inner body fat, and I've gained 10 pounds of muscle. But don't just take my word for it. Go to EnergizedHealth.com and check out hundreds of amazing testimonials. For all the details, click on the red button, watch the masterclass at EnergizedHealth.com. It's free, or cut to the chase. Join right now at 888-444-8895, toll free 888-444-8895. Mention war and get 40% off. 40% off! Go now to EnergizedHealth.com, 888-444-8895, or EnergizedHealth.com.
There are worries that an influx of illegal migrants being released into the U.S. are worsening a surge in COVID-19 cases. Tim Berg has more.
As the surge of illegal immigrants at the southern border continues, local officials are concerned they're spreading COVID-19 to border communities. Border Patrol Union Vice President Chris Cabrera joins Fox News and says many illegal immigrants are leaving their facilities and don't know if they have COVID.
As far as Border Patrol goes, it's very rare we test anyone. The only time somebody gets tested in our custody is if they're showing signs and symptoms or they have some other medical emergency. So very few get tested in Border Patrol custody.
Cabrera adding that Health and Human Services does test some illegal immigrants.
And Texas Governor Greg Abbott has asked hospitals in his state to forego elective surgeries to open more capacity for COVID-19 patients. He's also ordering the State Division of Emergency Management to open more antibody infusion centers to treat COVID patients whose cases do not require hospitalization. This is USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis said Monday that the salaries of superintendents and school board members who violate the state's ban on mask mandates in school districts could be withheld. In a statement, the governor described the penalty as a consequence for noncompliance. DeSantis signed an executive order last month directing the state's education department to draft rules preventing the implementation of school mask mandates. 2 lawsuits against the ban have already been filed by parents in the state. The fight coming as kids prepare to go back to the classroom amid an increase of COVID cases in those 12 and under who are unable to get vaccinated. Dr. Ashish Shah says there are plenty of known ways to make the schools safe. The dean of Brown University's School of Public Health tells CNN that those methods also include better testing and ventilation in classrooms.
The good news is we know how to get kids back into school safely full time. We know how to do it safely for teachers, for parents, for staff. And it includes many of the things you mentioned, Pamela. So it means vaccinations for everybody. It means good ventilation. It means testing. We have lots of testing capability now. And it does include, especially in high transmission areas, mask wearing. And what I would say to parents is, first of all, if you're in a high transmission area, certainly make sure your kids are masked up, but push for those policies because they're all readily available. We have the resources and they can make schools really quite exquisitely safe.
And the White House is levying new sanctions against allies of Belarusian President Alexander Lukashenko on the one-year anniversary of his disputed re-election. The Treasury Department announced sanctions Monday against 23 people and 21 entities that are linked to the regime and the violent crackdown on protesters following last year's elections. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
the primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, final hour. Here we go. Well, they've been talking about it for years. Is Yellowstone waking up? That's the question. After a period of intense seismic activity, U.S. Geological Survey published their monthly report for Yellowstone National Park and volcano, stretching across a 43 by 28 mile section of the western United States. The supervolcano, one of the nation's most seismic active regions. Yeah, the Yellowstone volcano has also been the site of 3 cataclysmic eruptions, estimated to have gone off about 2.1 million, 1.3 million, and 640,000 years ago. Those eruptions covered vast swaths of the United States in a layer of volcanic ash. Should that happen today, the fallout would disrupt climate patterns and affect global food production. The eruptions have falsely led many people to believe that Yellowstone erupts like clockwork every 600,000 to 700,000 years, and that we're overdue for another blast. Though geologists have assured us time and time again that is not the case, fears of the volcano awakening persist. And the latest report from the U.S. Geological Survey might not do a whole lot to dull concerns about that. 1,008 earthquakes detected in Yellowstone in July of 21. Recorded by the Yellowstone Seismic Network, maintained by the University of Utah. But the Geological Survey noted that's a preliminary analysis, and the number of tremors is probably higher. They expect dozens of small quakes to be tacked onto this report, following a particularly intense period of seismic activity on July the 16th. This is the most quakes in a month since back in June of 2017, when over 1,100 quakes were located. Earthquakes like these are typically associated with the movement of faults, fractured zones in the layer of rock, and it can be caused by groundwaters rising. Strongest quake last month was a minor magnitude 3.6 event, 11 miles under Yellowstone Lake. All right, let's see. They have swarms every so often, but the good news they end the story with: none of this is a sign of impending eruption. The earthquakes triggered by the movement of fault lines and geothermal processes rather than the movement of magma below the surface. Okay, so there you go. No concerns. No concerns. Just pay attention to the COVID, right? Let me jump right down. I think Buster wanted to chime in on that. What's happening this morning, Buster?
Young man, I got back early last night, and I just crashed, and I woke up about 3 and heard your show, buddy. Getting ready to go back to work. Hopefully I'm on standby today. I'm unpack my rental car and everything, but it's a good thing you had after your first vacation of the year and do a road trip across America. I was in Yellowstone, last week and stayed at Big Sky, and I couldn't get my wife to do more than 2 days at Yellowstone because she didn't want to drive those 70 miles to the park entrance on West Yellowstone as a delivery driver. So, yes, 1,000 earthquakes last month. And what's funny now, when I worked at Yellowstone at the gas station, 76 and 77 when I was in college, they wouldn't hire nobody unless you were in college back then. The Old Faithful went off every 60 minutes. And now it's up to 90 minutes plus or minus 10 minutes.
Huh.
And it's kind of funny when you do that, Steve. Also, they won't answer your phone calls at the Old Faithful Visitor Center no more if you want any information. They just tell you what time Old Faithful is going to go off. It's kind of funny how that goes. But, yeah, it's 90 minutes now, plus or minus 10. Yeah, things are changing. Why wouldn't they? We're just all getting younger. But that's all I got for you, Steve. I'm praying for you, and look at that thing about the vinegar and stuff as your grandson wakes up in the morning. This is just a virus. It's okay. We just do what grandma said. Sweat it out.
All right. Thank you much, Buster. Good to have you with us. What's going on with hello, Lone Ranger?
Good morning. Steve, did you say every 700,000 years?
6 to 7.
Eruption?
Yep.
Okay. How do they know how long ago was the last eruption? Who was around 700,000 years ago? Keep track of that.
I don't know how they do the math on that. I mean, 2.1 million years ago and 1.3 million years ago. And I don't know how they know.
Well, I'll tell you what, Steve, the last time it erupted, that was a bitch. It was really something. 700,000 years ago. I'm trying to figure out if it's going to happen again. This thing with the Taliban, surprise, surprise. We have security forces still today every place where we had a big war, except maybe Vietnam. I'm not sure about that. I think North and Vietnam kind of got together and get along or something now. But we still have troops in Europe since World War II, security forces, they call it.
Mm-hmm.
It keeps people in check. We have them in Korea. So why didn't we leave a security force in Afghanistan? Keep things down. They, like you said, they just sat back and waited. They're very patient. And when 10 of them get killed by a bomb, 10 more join up. Those religious wars have been going on for thousands of years over there. It never really ends. So where it's going to go, who the heck knows? But boy, I'll tell you, 20 years of people dying, getting their legs shot off, and arms blown off, and blown up with IUDs, and 20 years, and look what we have, right back to where we started. This Anthony Fauci, he gets paid more than the president. He's over $400,000 a year. I don't know how in the world this guy has a job. He's a pure political partisan. He was on the news the other day. Well, he's on one of the left-wing propaganda channels, because if he ever came onto a normal channel, they'd ask him questions that he wouldn't be able to answer and look foolish. But he was criticizing Sturgis motorcycle rally. Said that's going to be a big spreader event. And then they give the statistics from last year when there was 450,000 people ganged up together out there, and there was no issue whatsoever. The number of COVID cases was 0.00 something. It's just almost non-existent. Now, what he didn't criticize was Obama's party with no masks, no social distancing, hundreds of people. He didn't criticize that. He didn't criticize anything that involved Democrats. And I'm thinking, this guy, I mean, how stupid does he think people are? there was no problem in one spot and possibility of a problem someplace else. And he also never even mentioned number one spreader, which is the southern border. These increased cases around the country could very well be as a result of the open border, because we were doing okay until that happened. Now they're saying this variant came from India. Who knows? But talking about spreading, that's the number one spreader is the southern border. And not only are McAllen, Texas has 7,000 cases of COVID, and they're right there on the border. And cases around the country, we don't know for sure. Like Horsefeather said, when people are in the hospital for COVID, you don't know if they're legal or illegal or where they came from, because they won't tell you that, because it makes them look bad. And the other thing I wanted to touch on was Creepy Joe and Kamala Toe gave a medal to the Capitol Police.
Yes.
For their bravery on January 6th. That was the biggest, let me say, poop show I ever saw, because they commended these police for their bravery. And I remember reports saying that there were some Capitol Police in the protesters. There were some of them in the group who were protesting who were Capitol Police. They mentioned the police officer that died, but it came out later on that he didn't really die from any injuries out of that protest. It was something else. They said he got hit in the head with a fire extinguisher, which wasn't even true. It was fake news. But they never mentioned the unarmed female Trump supporter from California who got shot by the Capitol Police. Never said a word about it. Nothing about her whatsoever. So it just, everything that's going on is all political. The Democrats tell you have to wear a mask, but they don't wear a mask unless the cameras are on. If the cameras are on, then you put the mask on because it's a good photo op. But, you know, we can go all the way back to when things were really bad and Pelosi's in there with no mask, getting her hair dyed so she don't look older than what she already does. And then just recently she did a photo op with some other people, took her mask off. Sure, most people probably wish she kept it on for the photo, but she took it off. So politics just goes on and on and on. And now the worst thing that's happening right now, in my opinion, you've got 17 scrotumless Republicans planning on going along with this Pelosi-Schumer so-called infrastructure bill, which only 40% of it goes for infrastructure. The rest is pork. And they're planning on signing this thing. So I think I'm going to have to sit down. We only have a couple of days before they sign or not sign. I think I'm going to have to get down, get on the phone, look up the names, make 17 phone calls, and tell them that they are really, really traitors to the country if they go along with this thing. Because right after that, they're going to bring in the big whopper.
3.5.
3 point something trillion.
Yeah, $3.5 trillion.
Now, I don't know how they keep saying that if you sign one, you have to sign the other. I don't know how that works, how they can force them to sign two. But if you sign one, that's a problem in itself right there. You remember the whole time Trump was in office, everything that he proposed, everything that Republicans proposed, Democrats voted no. They didn't go along with anything the whole 4 years. So Republicans need to do the same thing, but they have to grow some testicles first, because right now it looks like they haven't got any. But that's about all I got, Steve.
Well, as far as having a few days, you don't, because the Senate is supposed to vote on that bill at 11 o'clock this morning. After the Senate votes on it, if it passes, it goes to the House. And this is the way they're working it out. Senate passes it, it goes back to the House, and then Pelosi isn't going to allow the House to pass it, because it's going to pass there anyway. But she's not going to allow a vote on it until they pass the $3.5 trillion bill, like you were talking about there. So she's going to hold it up in the House of Representatives. And then they're going to do the whole, I believe they're going to do the, reconciliation deal, where they don't have to have a single Republican vote on the $3.5 trillion bill. So unless either which was it? Cinema, is that the one that was maybe balking at it, or you had the guy there in West Virginia, I think Manchin. If one of those won't support it, they won't be able to get it through even with reconciliation. But 11 o'clock this morning.
Well, what is up with these 17 Republicans? They have to know that anything that Pelosi and Schumer is behind is all about more power for the Democrat Party and catering to their donors. It's nothing to do with the country, what's good for the country. Sure, we need some infrastructure, but take the other 60% of the pork and throw it away.
Yep.
That's what we need.
Yep.
You can vote on infrastructure, but they put all this pork in there, and that's what kills it. It's all politics. It makes you sick.
Yep.
But we'll see where these Republicans go. But boy, they're guilty of treason if they sign this massive mess. And I'm talking to people that have money invested, and they said, boy, if you got money invested, you better start looking around for something else, because if this $3.5 trillion thing goes through, this economy is going to tank with all the new taxes that are in it and all the giveaways and everything. So we're headed for some shaky times, in my opinion.
Yep.
That's all I got, I guess.
Going to be, taxes, fees, inflation is the big word that you're going to see when that happens. Hey, let's get a quick timeout. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced System Shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits, to maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system. There's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Then you got the whole red tide thing, which continues along the Florida coast. Hundreds of tons of dead marine life have washed ashore. The putrid stench along Florida's beaches in recent weeks as toxic red tide continues to spread. This guy, Thomas, lives just a half mile from the waterway, so when I walk my dog in the morning, I can smell the dead fish. I can feel the red tide in my throat. Kind of burns your throat. And he's a half mile away. While the red tide occurs naturally in the Gulf of Mexico, expert fears that this large bloom was imminent. And this is what we've been kind of talking about for several weeks now. Going back, remember that toxic breach at the Piney Point phosphate plant back in late May? as they were trying to prevent the devastating collapse of the reservoir, which held 480 million gallons of wastewater. Remember, they started pumping that wastewater out of the reservoir and into storage containers and a local seaport and Tampa Bay. Late last week, the state's environmental agency filed a lawsuit against the former phosphate mining facility, the owner, over the breach. Yeah, that massive spill threatened nearby residents with potentially a 20-foot wall of water. I mean, there were evacuations of residents and businesses. And of course, experts now believe that wastewater that was dumped into Port Manatee, which leads into Tampa Bay, is actually supplying a buffet of nutrients for the bacteria to feast on. That's what they believe caused this extreme algae bloom. Of course, warming waters, thanks to climate change, are also making red tides worse. But there you go. Still an ongoing mess there. Let me see here. Yeah, I meant to share this earlier, but here you go. Several months ago, you may recall, we had an email from Cookie a couple of times. And she sent me an update this past day. Hi, Steve. It's been 11 days since my husband, Larry, went home to be with the Lord after fighting brain cancer for 19 months. Many nights during his illness, I listened to your program, and I found comfort in hearing people talk about their lives and what's going on in the world. My world was right here at home, caring for him and not much else. But the truckers lit up the phone lines with current events, funny stories, and interesting information. It was the mental break I needed for a few hours. I was honored to be Larry's wife for 47 years and honored to serve and take care of him to the end. People ask me how I did it. My reply would always be, he's easy to love. My hope for all the truckers out there is that you love and cherish your spouse every day and be easy to love. I'll have my ears on when the insomnia won't let me drift off to sleep. I truly appreciate all that you do. A.K.A. Brenda. That's Cookie. So there you go. Indeed, he did pass a little less than 2 weeks ago. And with that, we'll get our news break. Back to your calls ahead at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The CDC is advising travelers to avoid France, Israel, and several other countries as COVID cases rise in those destinations. France and Israel join Aruba, Iceland, Thailand, Eswatini, and French Polynesia as the latest destinations moved to the very high level, meaning they've had more than 500 cases per 100,000 residents in the last 28 days. The CDC added another 16 destinations to the very high-risk category last week, including Greece and Ireland. And a federal judge says that she doubts the legality of the White House's latest eviction moratorium, but may not have the power to change it. U.S. District Judge Dabney Friedrich made the comments in the case of a group of Alabama landlords seeking an injunction against the CDC's moratorium on evictions in counties with high or substantial transmission of COVID. Judge Friedrich had declared in May that the CDC did not have the authority to order a pause on evictions. She said she would issue a ruling on the latest moratorium soon. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Do you have an idea for a book, fiction, nonfiction, or a children's book? We can help you put it together and bring it to market at Dorrance Publishing. We have thousands of testimonials from people just like you that we've helped get their books sold in stores and online. We've even got a service called The Writer's Coach. It's perfect for people that have a book idea in their head and they just need someone to help them put it on paper. Dorrance Book Publishing has been helping people just like you who have a book idea, written or not, for over 100 years. Imagine being counted among the most famous authors in the world with your very own book. Call right now and let us help you turn a book idea into reality. It's easier than you think. You just need a little help. Call us now.
800-876-9035. 800-876-9035. 800-876-9035. That's 800-876-9035.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yeah, talking to Philip earlier, I've been checking. I haven't seen any updates from the likes of AccuWeather or anything as far as if our tropical system has developed into a actual tropical storm as of yet. Still says potential maximum sustained winds 35. But here's what they're looking at. As the system, likely as a tropical storm, passes near or maybe over Hispaniola and Cuba. The greatest impacts are anticipated in the Caribbean, forecast to intensify into a tropical storm before impacting Hispaniola about midweek. Widespread winds, 40 to 60 miles per hour, gusts up to maybe 70. Heavy rain amounts obviously forecast starting late today into Wednesday across much of Hispaniola. 4 to 8 inches may occur in the higher terrain. Local areas could see up to 12 inches of rain. Now, between Wednesday and the end of the week, interaction with the big islands, Hispaniola, Cuba, and we'll probably be looking at some increased wind shear that could disrupt or at least limit the strengthening process. These big islands have a lot of mountainous terrain, and that tends to put drags on tropical systems. And when the steering breezes remain from the east and a tropical system approaches from that direction around Hispaniola and Cuba, the center may sometimes remain just offshore or travel right along the southern or northern coast of those two big islands. Now, should this occur, it's possible the system could remain organized or possibly even strengthen as a result. Water temperatures well into the 80s, sufficiently warm to maintain a tropical system through the Caribbean. As a result, people from Jamaica, the Cayman Islands, to Cuba, southern Bahamas, the Florida Keys, and southern Florida need to monitor the progress and the track of this system. For example, should the feature take a more northerly jog, showers, thunderstorms, seas, and surf will begin to increase over southern Florida and the Keys as early as Friday or Friday night, ahead of the center, which may not arrive for 12 to 24 hours later, sometime during the weekend. Of course, since the demise of Elsa, the Atlantic Basin has been very quiet for pretty much all of July and the start of August. It's pretty common to see an uptick in activity during the middle and latter portions of August. Several factors. It's the routine, as they say, the midsummer slumber. And, all right, so some of the dust from the Sahara has dissipated, and the wind shear, not as great, all those things. Maybe forecasters say we may be rolling into another uptick, busy time. Would this be Checkpoint Charlie?
Yes, it is, Steve. Good morning to you. And as always, I enjoy your show and appreciate your friendship on Facebook. Love following your posts with your grandchildren. You're a great American, as one of your talk show hosts
used to say, right?
would have said.
Yep.
And I'm glad that you, of course, that you're on the air again. Really appreciate everything you do. You're definitely a key asset in the trucking community. Appreciate all the characters you got calling in and everything. Really makes the night go by. I drive a lot at night, and it really helps me to stay awake and keep focused when you got really good topics going on. The reason why I'm calling tonight is, I tell you, I never thought in my wildest imagination that I would be actually scared for what our country is going through. I know a lot of people have taken the vaccine and they're perfectly fine with it, and that's fine. We all should have a choice on to whether we want the shot or not. I am totally against the vaccine mandate. If it works for you, great, take it. That's your right to take whatever you want to put in your body. But I, for one, do not believe what the officials like Dr. Fauci and our government are saying about the vaccine. I will never take it. I'm just going to tell you straight out. I will never take it. And if my company that I would currently work for says that I have to have it, then guess what? I'll be parking my truck. That's me. I'm scared for my children. All three of my children graduated from the Naval Academy. All three of them are officers in the United States Navy. Okay? I'm scared to death that they're going to take something that will lead to their deaths. Now, some say, well, there's millions of vaccines and blah, blah, blah that have been issued and very few. Well, you know what? It seems like every time you turn around, I'm looking on Facebook how this person dies, that person's dead, sometimes as little as a day or two after they're taking the jab. And I, for one, am saying it should be a person's choice, as well as in the military. You know, like I said, the military are stuck. We have a president who's a clear traitor to this country. We have a Republican Party that has no backbone. I'm absolutely ashamed that my wife just cannot stand the fact that Mitch McConnell got reelected. You know, I said, but what else? What other choice did we have?
Mm-hmm.
You know, on a separate note, we are very proud with Senator Rand Paul. He's doing a great job. So, you know, I want to give credit where it's due, but I'm scared for our military. 50% of the military do not want the vaccine. Okay, and it is going to cause people to ruin their lives because of this idiot that we have as commander-in-chief, you know. And I don't know, does anybody else have any ideas of how we can fight this so that these people, you know, like I said, if you're good with the shot, take it all you want. I'm not. I've heard of, I was listening, I've watched numerous videos, as I'm sure you have as well, from very high esteemed doctors, one of which I was watching yesterday, that was a doctor from the Mayo Clinic, virologist, that explained exactly what this vaccine does to your body. I don't want that done to my body. My kids don't want that done to their body. They're going to be forced to do it. You know, I told them, I said, basically, I would not, at all costs, I mean, even if it means a dishonorable discharge, do not take the shot. Nothing is worth your life. And if this government, I am ashamed of what this government is turning out to be. And I'm sorry, I don't mean, you know, I love America, I love the Constitution, and that's where my allegiance stands, is with the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence, of which this current regime has just totally violated so many laws. It's not even, you can't even count how much the damage that this regime has done.
Yeah.
And I'm just sad, Steve. I don't know what to do. I really don't know what to do. If somebody can give me ideas on how to keep my kids from having to take this crap, I would greatly appreciate it, because my kids are not only my kids, but a lot of friends that they talk to are afraid. They do not want to take the shot, and they're afraid they're going to be forced to. Otherwise, they're going to ruin their lives, and I just think that's wrong. I really appreciate everything you do, Steve. I hope your grandson feels better. My thoughts and prayers will be with him.
Yeah, I'm hoping for the best there, because if he gets a positive prognosis, I mean, that's good likelihood Papa's got it too. Well, we'll see. The Navy said 74% of active duty and reserves are vaccinated with at least one shot. Air Force said more than 65% of active duty, 60% of reserve are at least partially vaccinated. The Army, by far their largest service, appears to be closer to 50%. Some unvaccinated service members have suggested they'd get the shot once it's required. Others are flatly opposed. Military officials have said that once the vaccine is mandated, A refusal could constitute failure to obey an order and may be punishable under the Uniform Code of Military Justice. Army guidance, for example, includes counseling soldiers to ensure they understand the purpose of the vaccine and the threat the disease poses. The Army also notes if a soldier fails to comply with a lawful order to receive a mandatory vaccine and does not have an approved exemption, a commander may take appropriate disciplinary action. Military officials have said they don't collect data on the number of troops who have refused other mandated vaccines like anthrax, hepatitis, chickenpox, or flu shots. Yeah, they were not able to provide details on the punishments any service members received as a result of refusal. Let's see. Officials say they believe the number of troops refusing other mandated vaccines is very small, and the discipline could actually vary. Service members can seek an exemption for any vaccine, either temporary or permanent, for a variety of reasons, including health issues or religious beliefs. Regulations involving the other mandatory vaccines say, for example, anyone who had a severe adverse reaction to the vaccine can be exempt. Those who are pregnant or have other conditions could postpone the shot. Some argue that, hey, I've already had the virus and I've got the antibodies. They feel they're immune and that they shouldn't have to get the shot. It's not clear how the military would act with those type of scenarios. Hey, 12 before the hour. It is 844-844-3388. We return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, on the screen it says Big Bird, but I know it's Big Sexy. Hello, Big Bird.
Yeah, I'm not Big Bird. You got that right. It's Big Sexy.
What's up?
Sorry to hear about your grandson being sick. I hope it's not the COVID. I'll keep him in my prayers. I know I've got 2 of my own, and I've got one that's 11, so I'm about the same age. Or I'd hate him to be sick with it. We think he may have strep right now, though, so You're right. It is bad to wish it is strep instead of COVID. You know, that's the way it is these days.
Yeah. Yeah, because we all know strep throat. You put them on a run of antibiotic, and they'll be good to go. You know, but
yeah, we've got a school system here in Arkansas that started school about a month or two ahead of the other school. So I think they're going to a year-round deal. But they've got 900 students and staff in quarantine. With last count, I think I heard 48 of them were positive. They're suing the state over that mask mandate. My take on that is the mask mandate just says, they can't mandate they wear a mask. It don't mean they can't wear one. So if you're a parent and you want your kid wearing a mask, then make them wear a mask to school.
I have a sneaky suspicion that probably most kids around the country are going to be masking up again. And, quite honestly, the way the trends are looking, I wouldn't be surprised if they go to some of this back to the virtual, the online learning again.
Yeah. I hope it don't go back to virtual. The kids don't learn as good on the virtual deal as they do in the classroom. But, kind of mixed on a lot of that stuff. I took the vaccine. Of course, I'm 58 years old and got some underlying health conditions. I've lived most of my life, but I'm kind of torn on my grandson because we don't know exactly what long range is, but then I don't want him getting sick and being worse off either. So everybody has to decide for themselves what to do on that.
Well, Big Sexy, thank you for the...
in my prayers, and you have a good weekend.
All right, good Tuesday. Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you for your concern. All right, let me... Chevy guy.
Yes, sir. To answer Ranger's question, how do they know 6,000 years? Hey, I'm not a geologist. Barely made it out of high school. I'm not highly educated to come up with this stuff. But, of course, then I have never played with bat poop. So maybe I'm not in too bad company. They do a core drilling, and they drill a pipe way down in the ground, and they pull it up out of the ground. They can tell droughts, heavily rainfall. They can tell all this stuff by doing core drilling. That I understand that's how they found tropical plants down in the South Pole when they did core drilling down there. Other than that, I do want to say we've been in Afghanistan for 20 years. It wasn't worth the price. We got there. Obama built it up. I mean, Bush put us in there. Obama built it up. And we were going in there to get bin Laden. Got bin Laden. I never knew why we were still there. I'm glad we're getting them out. My grandson's, got some bad memories he's going to have to live with. And yeah, they kept their troops, the Afghanis, ahead of them because they never knew if they were going to start shooting them in the back. So, yes, there's no surprise to me. I'm sorry, but guess what? They got 20 years. Them young people know what it's like to play music. The Taliban don't let them to play music. They're free to walk around without women walk around without having an adult male with them. They got a taste of freedom. Now it's up to them if they want to do what they got to do. So we're not going to leave them in the same condition that we showed up in. We gave them a taste of freedom. Now it's up to them to decide what they want their country to be. And other than that, I'm going to sit back and wait for the 8th hour, 7th hour, 6th hour of the program. How about it?
All right. You have a good morning there, Chevy guy. All right. I think Gilligan had something to chime in here last time. What's going on, Gilligan?
Oh, not much, Steve. I have got a deal for you.
Oh, boy.
Are you ready for this?
I've heard this before.
GMA Enterprises is pleased to present our new dental office. We know you're having trouble with your teeth. We call it Yankum and Crankum Dentistry. We yank them, and you'll stay cranky for at least a week or two. Now, for the incredible low price of $19.95 per extraction, with a $19.95 fee for each pint of anesthesia brought to you from the local the local pharmacy down there slipping the tongue. You know, we could set you right up. Just remember, a GMA Enterprise is our motto. Brought to you from my late great father, the West Virginia Werewolf. We'll treat you right. I hope you have a good morning, Mr. Sommers.
There you go. That's a way to wrap it up, right? We cheat you right. You said it right the first time. All right. Any final notes? Let me see here. I guess, that's pretty much covered it all. Thank you for hanging out with us through the late night, early morning hours. Don't forget, support the program by supporting the product, a.k.a. Hot Shot Secret. When you place your order at hotshotsecret.com, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. Get 10% off your order. That's in addition to the 10% you always get. It's for military, first responders, and CDL holders to get a total of 20% off your order and keep us here. And we'll see you back live at the midnight hour tonight. Hope you'll join us. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.